Testing. Testing. Good evening. Good evening. Hello. Someone in chat, give me a shout out if you can hear me okay. How is everybody? Hope you're ready for New Year. I just got the kids to bed and run around like a crazy idiot for the last 10 minutes trying to get things together to do a little bit of streaming. Good evening, Jordan, Rezio, Left Hand Texan, Martin, Burgosaurus. Nice to see so many names in the chat. Sorry I cannot pronounce the guys that are watching from Russia. I have no idea how to say your names. But good evening, good evening. Cool, so I get some drinks here. I had to run and get a bottle opener, that's why I wasn't ready, because I bought this pretentious bottle of Coca-Cola. Do you see this? This is Coca-Cola's signature mixer, and yeah, it needs a bottle opener. It's got woody notes, apparently. And then it's got a bunch of words here. I mean, I know what basil is, but I don't know any of these other words. English isn't my strong point. I don't know why it says 4%. I don't think it's alcoholic. I'm pretty sure it's not alcoholic. It's to mix with premium dark spirits. Well, I'll be mixing it with whiskey, so I guess we'll see. We'll see. And then I'm going to start with only the bold, because that is what we are. West Coast Indian Pale Ale. I like Stewart Brewing. This is from Edinburgh in Scotland, you can see here. And this will be my first drink of tonight. And these cans may explode when I open them, we'll see. No, I think this one's good. Cool. Greetings. Cheers. Happy New Year from Vegas. Happy New Year from Scotland. We've got about 90 minutes and we're going to get some painting done here in a second. What else have I got in front of me? So I've got this Queen Margaret blended Scotch whiskey. This is actually kind of a neat, it's fine. You can drink this straight. I've drunk it straight before. It just doesn't have too many flavors. It's kind of cheaper whiskey. So we're going to drink some of that, 40%. I also have, I got some more beer obviously, because why would you not have more than one beer? Of course you would. I have Singleton, the single malt from Dufton. So we've got this as well. I'm probably going to be trying this Coca-Cola pretentious bottle with the blended whiskey, because that's nice and cheap. And then finally, we've got one of my all-time favourite drams here as well. Balvenie 14 Caribbean Cask. If you've not tried this, I recommend it very much so. It is a lovely whiskey. Does it say on it? Maybe it says it on the bottle. Yeah, I think it says it on the bottle here. Further maturation in Caribbean rum cask enhance the Balvenie's vanilla notes while adding spicy aromatic qualities to the whiskey. So we'll be getting on that soon as well. Cool. Happy New Year to you in Canada. Nice. We got people from all over tuning in. So let me pour myself a whiskey and then yeah, I put a little bit of ice in here. So we'll start small. Does that seem small? Smallish, about the height of an ice cube. And let's try this. Tell me in chat, has anyone seen these Coca-Colas in the shops, and has anyone tried them? Because they seem like they're quite pretentious. I've no liquor, I do have beer. Have to save the champagne to share with the wife when midnight hits for us. Well, unfortunately my family's all the way to bed, so I don't know how much will I give it. Maybe like the same again? Okay, I'm sure I'm gonna spill a bottle of something in here. Let's try it. Cheers to Small John. Yeah, thanks, Dave. Not sure what I think. Maybe it needs more Coke. Like, I'm not gonna use the whole bottle for 1 dram. But I mean, like, It really just tastes like Coke, like a woody Coca-Cola, if that makes sense. Now you get whiskies that taste like very oaky, very wood-like. That's what this tastes like. Wood and Coca-Cola. I'm not sure I like it. I mean, I'll drink it because I've poured it, but yeah, not my favourite. Okay, got Volkites in the mail from eBay today. You got Volkites just as they're getting nerfed. Werty says, I'll second the Belveni. For my Tau army, how should I paint my living target practice? I don't know, Tau. You live in a dry country right now? I'm sorry. It's only 2:30 here. Are they getting nerfed? Are they? I feel like the Volkite Contemptors are going to be nerfed. If they don't get nerfed, I'll be very surprised. Let me put a little bit on this. This was what I was painting last time. Oh, let me throw the chat up on screen as well. Is that going to work? There we go. Cool. Old Granda Bourbon. Good evening, Steel Rain. Happy New Year to you when it comes. Happy New Year to everybody when it comes, I guess. But I'm going to use this. What is this? Layer brush. I'm just going to put some silver on this. Something easy to start with. If I picked up my silver paint. Where is it? Lead Belcher, here we go. Here's what's getting nerfed, Dreadnoughts, because of railguns. Yeah, I mean... railguns are interesting, aren't they? I don't know... I don't know how I feel about railguns. It seems like a lot of people online are very, very upset about the railguns. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Dave, if it's only 2:30 in the afternoon, I mean, that's only 9.5 hours drinking till midnight. You could have one just now. You could get started, you know? Break the seal, whatever you would call it over there in Vegas. You always say hello from Vegas. One day I'm going to come to Vegas and you're going to have to show me the best places. I do actually want to go to Vegas on holiday at some point. I've never been. Andrew wants to go to Vegas to go to the... What's the tournament they hold in Vegas? The LVO, is it, right? Got my first ever box of Sanguinary Guard. Good evening, Mega Miniatures. How are you? Thanks for being here. Happy New Year. Good evening, Oscar. Hi, stream. Giving my Sanguinary Guard purple and Carmite blades. Interesting. I don't think I've seen too many people with purple and Carmite blades, but I mean, each to their own, I guess. So I haven't drunk in ages, so I'm gonna have to pay attention to the actual drinking part of the stream, because otherwise I'm just gonna go ahead and paint and forget that I'm drinking. Because normally when I'm on stream, I fill up a glass of water and I don't drink it by the end of the stream, so. But I think I'm gonna stream a little bit later than normal tonight, maybe like an extra hour or something. I might stop painting if I get super tired and my eyes go all like blurry, but like I'll stream for a little bit longer. I think I wanted a bigger brush because last time I was doing these tracks, I think that's what I should probably finish first before I go anywhere else on this impulsor. Bollocks to it, I'll start right now. Dave, congratulations. That was like the easiest. If you were one of my friends, you would be drunk so easy. Hi lads. Good evening, Oscar. Just down the road from a tattoo studio at the Rio Casino. Nice. Nice. Have I seen To Hit Two Wounds Land Raider in the Discord yet? Do you know what? I have been in Discord today, but I was mainly in the members room because I feel a little bit bad because I haven't quite produced as much content as of late. My schedule's kind of gone to shit since we got the baby home from the hospital. On the plus side, the baby is doing really well, and things are getting infinitely easier. Like the first night that we had the baby, and if you've never been a parent before, then you wouldn't know this, but other parents can relate. Because this is our second baby, I guess I said to my wife, like, I was like, we have to tag team this shit. I think my exact words were, we need to tag team this shit. And what that means is one of you goes to sleep for like 3 hours, the other person keeps the baby, and then the other person wakes the other one up, and then just vice versa. So like, and it's almost like there's no day or no night, right? Because like newborn babies don't know, like they don't have a sleep cycle, they don't know night and day. So yeah, so like just throughout the day and throughout the night, just every 3 hours we have to swap who's with the baby, and you just end up getting like, you're just in sort of like a daze, right? Like where it's like you don't even know what day of the week it was. Yeah, like somebody said to me like, oh, it's such and such a day of the week, and I was like, yeah, I don't even know what day of the week it is, because like you're just waking up for like a 3 hour, you know, like you're just waking up to look after a child for 3 hours, and then you're just sort of like in this zombie state. But the thing is, if you don't sleep when the baby sleeps, because like I said, the baby has no concept of night or day, right? So like if you do not sleep when the baby is sleeping, then expect to just be even more tired, because the baby will wake up at like 3 in the morning and think it's like it's awake for the day, you know? So it's like it's fun. It's so yeah, I definitely haven't produced enough content recently, but we are now at a point where like the baby has actually just started going to sleep. This week he's gone to sleep like 10 o'clock at night, and he doesn't need too much babysitting during the night. So I guess what that means is like the last few nights I've actually worked on YouTube videos, and I'm gonna get back to the table next week. I've arranged a game with Colin on the 4th, so we're gonna have Blood Angels versus Death Guard on the 4th, and that'll be like a variant of my tournament list. I haven't played in a month, so I'm expecting to be a little bit rusty, but regardless, I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, it's probably been about a month since I played a game of Warhammer. So happy as your son is doing better, says Left Accent Texan. Yeah, thank you, man. I tell you, when the baby was born, like, the doctors don't know all the facts. They didn't know exactly what was wrong with him. I want to say that it kind of felt like he had like a 50-50 chance to live, honestly. I think maybe if he'd been born 20 years ago and like medicine wasn't so good, his chance would have probably been quite a bit worse. But yeah, no, he's home now and he's doing really well, and I guess there's a lot less stress. But yeah, for a few, like after he was born, you know, because after he was born, they were having to do like tons of scans on him and stuff, and like those are the longest hours of your life. Like that's just tough. But yeah, we're through it all. And yeah, I mean, I got so many nice comments on this, on the Reddit, on the Facebook, on all the YouTube video comments. So you guys have been awesome. So thank you so much for that. I said to my wife, actually, I said, like, there wasn't a single person who said, like, you know, like, no one was judgy or anything when I said, like, you know, it's going to be very difficult for me to produce content or anything like that. Like, nobody had anything negative to say. Everybody on this was just super supportive, and, like, when you're going through, like, tough times like that, and, you know, it's the longest days of your life or whatever, you know, like, even after the baby had the surgery, you know, you're still worried because you don't, although the surgery went well, they don't know if they'll recover and all this nonsense. So every time I looked at my phone, someone had written like a nice comment on one of my forum posts or one of my videos, and yeah, it's just like, I don't know. If there's anything I can ever do for any of you guys to give back, you just hit me up. You know, like, you can DM me and stuff on Discord. So yeah, I really appreciate all that, I guess. Expecting my second on the 17th of March. Oh, nice, Mega Miniatures. Well, trust me, you want to tag team this shit. You need to explain to your wife that tag team isn't the way to go, right? Like, because in the previous, on our first kid, sometimes, like, if one of us was doing well, we wouldn't wake the other person up. And then what happens is you just end up getting overtired and then you snap at each other and stuff like that. So I thoroughly recommend, if you can, agree with, like, with your partner, like, to it doesn't have to be every 3 hours, but every 3 hours seem to work for us. 3 hours is long enough, I think, to get some deep sleep, I guess. Also, thanks to your Blood Angels Facebook group, I managed to find a few hidden packs of the Citadel Blood Angels dice. That is awesome. You know, those dice get sold by resellers on eBay for ridiculous money. You could almost just buy those limited edition dice every time they announce a new chapter or whatever, and just make money on those dice. Because I bought some Blood Angels dice like after they'd been released in 8th edition, and 10 dice could sell for £30. It was ridiculous. I mean, if you watched eBay, you could occasionally get a good deal where there wasn't someone trying to scalp them, but like there was just so many people trying to scalp them for like so much more than they cost. My third child is 3.5 now. It's been a while, but I remember, says Rezio. Yeah, I mean, I think 2 children for us is going to be enough. We feel like we have our hands very full at the moment. But it is getting easier, and like I am. So we're gonna play we're gonna play on the 4th. Is it the 4th? So we're gonna play on Monday. Ah, shit! Drop the paintbrush. I've only had half a beer and I'm dropping the paintbrush already. No, we're gonna play on Monday the 3rd, and we're gonna play in the afternoon, so about 1 p.m. UK time. Blood Angels versus Death Guard. Colin will be there, so it'll be full of sass. But Colin hasn't beat me with his Death Guard in ages, so hopefully I can keep that going. I really like winding Colin up. He's a very good friend of mine, but I just love winding him up. So that's the plan for Monday the 3rd. Origin Painting is in the house tonight, and if you guys don't know, Origin Painting is a great YouTube channel. He does a lot of Blood Angels painting videos, way more than I've ever done. So if you want to see how to paint Blood Angels, you should just search YouTube for Origin Painting. Evan is a great guy. Evan also had a kid this year as well, so he's probably been in the same boat as me, struggling to put out content. So if anyone feels that they want to get one more YouTuber that's a Blood Angels fan or player into their timeline, then I'm sure if you drop Evan a follow, he would very much appreciate it. And he also does giveaways of models and paintings from time to time. I actually won one of his giveaways, which was kind of funny because I just entered it because he's my friend, and then he did that whole like YouTube pick a random comment thing and it came up with me. So that was kind of funny, but no, Evan's a great guy, and he's got a nice little channel where he does Blood Angel stuff. Marcel says Happy New Year. Happy New Year right back at you, Marcel. Thanks for being here. Julian, are you consider buying some Chaos Painting parts for trophy loyalists? I am for the Terminator Librarian, more specifically the Terminator Champion Power Sword. Who are you using for your background music now? Excuse me, I am like bunged up in here. I don't know what's happened. 1 second. I'll have to blow my nose. This would be disgusting. Let me mute my microphone. Hey James, thank you so much. I use Streambeats Origin. Just Google Streambeats. I don't even think you need to Google. It's just streambeats.com, and I think they're pretty legitimate. I am not buying any more kits right this minute. My computer is like terrible. I think I showed in a stream like a few months ago like just how terrible my computer is. So I've been saving for a while to try and get a new computer. And we can get one in early next year. Because I would like to. I did get a copy of that Battle Sector game, but like if I try and stream it, my computer's just terrible. So this PC I think is about 8 years old. but I don't do a whole lot on this PC, I guess. Like I play the odd video game, but if I play a video game, it's usually like an older game. I don't really play cutting edge new PC games. So yeah, it hasn't really bothered me up until recently, but yeah, this there's also that new Warhammer Chaos Gate game coming out that I really want to play, and I guess my PC is probably too shit for it as well, so I'm not buying any new models for a little while. I'm going to buy a new PC first, and then I have quite a big backlog of Blood Angel stuff though, so it's not like I'm going to run out of stuff to paint. If anything, I don't have enough time to paint at the moment because I've got the 2-year-old and a 0-year-old now. Good evening, Mark. How you doing? I will never know this having kids stuff, and you, John, get nothing but support here as part of being a decent community of people. Thank you. If you want an entertaining life, then you should try the having kids stuff. I mean, it feels rewarding, but it's also tough, right? I've also been told, because I just moved house. You guys know I moved house this year. I've also been told the guy 2 houses down will play the bagpipes at midnight. So I might open the window in an hour's time and we might hear some live Scottish bagpipes. That would be pretty cool. I don't know how loud it will be or if you will be able to hear it, but we might get some bagpipes, we'll see. You should really get 4 hours sleep so you're getting a full REM cycle. It's waking up mid-cycle that makes you tired like that. The problem is that the baby needs to feed every 3 hours. So you need to tell God or whoever designed babies that they should feed every 4 hours rather than 3 hours steel rain. I guess that's a design flaw with babies. I will tidy this up after. I know this is messy as fuck. We have a family tradition where my mum will travel to new parents' house, and for the first few nights, she handles the baby so the parents can sleep. Wow, that is very generous of your mum. She must be a very nice and caring woman. I mean, sleep for the first few nights I'm sure would help out, but we're getting there now. We are really getting there now. I guess we got Michael home on the 24th, so we've had him home for basically a week now. But he was born on the 7th, so he had about two weeks in hospital, 2.5 weeks before we got him home. I had 2 accounts, second and not 2 accounts, sorry, I had 2 kids. I'm working through some new stuff, tenon cursors, eliminators, and a chaplain on a bike. Do you know what? I'm working through tenon cursors as well. I just love cursors, man. It's hard to... My new list, I think, is going to run 15 incursors, I think. I just think they're the best troop choice by a long shot. And I think a good part of it is the concealed positions, but a huge part of it as well is that -1 AP from the combat knives. And then the flexibility of guerrilla tactics, especially when you get into like the end of the game. If you only have 1 squad of troops left, if you've had like multiple squads of incursors, then you know you've always got a squad of incursors left, so you can kind of always guerrilla tactics, I guess. Yeah, I just love incursors. I think they're the best troop choice. I mean, infiltrators are good too, if you have a lot of deep strike. On Monday, my black helmet will no longer be black. It will turn gold. Does that mean you will have been a member for a year, Mark? If so, thank you so much. James has just been a member for 6 months. Thank you so much, James. Popping in to say Happy New Year. How far is away with the neighbour with the bagpipes, roughly? Apparently he's 2 houses away. So these are detached houses. So there's my house, then another house, then another. So maybe like... I'd say like 25, maybe 30 meters, slightly more than that. What's your thoughts on Mephiston, an impulsor with a blade guard vs a librarian with a jump pack? Do you know what? I thought about that because obviously I'm running a impulsor now, right? And I'm putting 5 blade guard inside it, or at least when I say I'm running it, I'm trying it. I've tried it. I've played with it twice, I think, and I'm going to play with it on Monday night as well. Or it's not Monday night. Monday during the day. I'm going to play with it on Monday as well. My problem with Mephiston is he's too expensive, man. Like, would you be better off just taking a Primaris librarian over Mephiston? I don't know, like, I don't like the fact Mephiston has no invulnerable save, and I also don't like the fact that his weapon is D3 rather than, like, I think it should be flat 3. I think if his weapon was flat 3, like, he'd be really exciting, but because it's D3, it can just swing, and man, I hate playing swingy stuff at tournaments. Or I hate playing swingy stuff in general, I think, because you can never... It makes it very hard to, like, think about the game a turn or two ahead, right? Where's this damn whiskey? Do you know what? This Coke, this pretentious Coca-Cola signature mixers, I'm going to give this like a 2 out of 10. I've seen them, they do like 4 different versions of this, right? I just wanted a whiskey with Coke, because I haven't had a whiskey and Coke in ages. So I bought this pretentious looking Coca-Cola. I think this tiny little bottle was either £1 or £2. So like the same size, the same cost as like a full bottle of Coca-Cola, like 2 litres. There's only 200 mils. And yeah, I mean, it did say mixed it with dark spirits, and I have whiskey, which isn't technically like a dark spirit, but yeah, I'm not impressed. Just, if you want whiskey and Coke, just buy regular Coke. Yeah, it's alright. It's really not that good. Alright, I'm gonna wash that one whiskey down with a real whiskey. If you got the upcoming Chaos Feast Elder box, do you think you can convert the Chaos Morals to Loyalists? I mean, I think you can convert anything you want to whatever you want, but Chaos Space Marines as Loyalists, I mean, they got lots of little bits coming off them. I mean, it's probably like I think you'd be better off just buying Loyalist Marines, because you're probably going to end up having to snip off half the stuff that makes them unique. Demo Krator Kodo says Happy New Year. Well, that's a mouthful. Happy New Year. Just wait for the new chapter approved. Should retweak the baby sleeping special rule. Alright, so this is a whiskey I love. This is Balvenie Caribbean Cask. If you've never tried Balvenie Caribbean Cask, I recommend it. If you like Balvenie 12, you will like this one. You said you don't know what to think about the railgun, but do you really not have an opinion yet? I think I do have an opinion. I don't like to be overly negative in videos. I think one of the main things I do in this channel is try not to be overly negative about rules and stuff, and I think on Twitter this week I was maybe a bit overly negative about the railguns rules. I think I hate to say it, Rezio, I mean, but my opinion of the rules balance and team is at Games Workshop is that with every new release they try and make stuff powerful, probably to sell it, I guess. And then all that's going to happen is 2-3 months down the line, those hammerheads are going to get nerfed. Same as what happened to Admech Skitarii blocks. Same as what happened to Orc buggies. Same as what happened to any other stuff that came out this edition that was overpowered. So I would prefer that they tried, or they endeavored to put out rules that were more like thought out and balanced. I don't think a gun that can do like minimum of 10 damage and mortal wounds is necessarily like, I don't know. I mean, stuff like that, like, I don't like it if it has a negative impact on the competitive play. And what I mean by that is, like, if the enemy takes 3 of those and you can't obscure your models and they can kill 500-600 points of your army in 1 round of shooting and it's game over in turn 1, then, like, for me that's a problem. And in some ways that's kind of what the railgun makes me think of. I mean, it's similar in ways to what happened with the Admech Flyers, being able to do like 10 mortal wounds a turn, and you could have 3 of them, so that's 30 mortal wounds, and you can do that in turn 1. Well, in fact, you can do 30 mortal wounds every turn with those Admech Flyers or whatnot, and it's just, it's not great game design in my opinion. I prefer if stuff came out and it felt like there'd been more thought and it'd been more balanced. I guess we'll see what the points costs are, and I mean the points cost could swing it, I guess, but like this edition, the team that's doing the points cost, I think they've been a little bit off point, honestly. You know, like, I don't know if Sangre Guard needed to go up in points. I'll die on a hill on that one. You know, like, I think Sangre Guard at 30 points per model was fine when you think about how much -1 damage stuff is in the meta. But yeah, that's how I think. Good evening, Chris. Happy New Year. At least the model is ungodly good. Even though he's not of the blood, you might like Trajan a flat 3 attack. Do you go for a smoky whiskey or not? This whiskey is a Speyside whiskey, so it's quite a sweet whiskey with is matured in a rum cask, so it's still quite sweet with sort of like that sort of sweetness of the rum as well. I have a sweet tooth. If you give me a packet of chocolate, I just eat the whole packet. So I usually go for sweet whiskies. But I have drunk smoky on time to time, and like I wouldn't say no to a smoky whiskey, but sweet is usually what I would buy. I also like whiskies that taste like Christmas cake, believe it or not, because there's a few whiskies that like taste so much like Christmas cake, like cinnamon, ginger, dark chocolate, all these sort of Christmassy cake flavors. And I've got a couple of whiskies that are like that, which just like, as you taste them, you just taste Christmas cake. And, you know, I guess on Christmas Day, when people want to finish the day with a piece of Christmas cake, then I'll finish it with a Christmas cake tasting whiskey. Because why not? Why not? So don't judge my painting tonight. I don't usually ever drink when I'm painting, so my painting isn't good when I'm sober, so it's not going to be any better when I'm drinking. But I'll come back and tidy all this up, because I always tidy up any mistakes I make. So I'm not overly worried. I'm just kind of doing base coats tonight anyway. Things like jet bikes and Death Company should be able to clean up the railguns before they can do much of anything. I mean, yeah. I guess we'll see. Tau already are typically, like, I find Tau a pretty difficult matchup to deal with, just because when you charge them, the greater good can kind of wreck you. Unless you can position your guys on the map to be obscured and all this nonsense, the greater good can be very difficult for us to deal with. So I think Tau were already difficult for Blood Angels to beat, at least in my opinion. So I think this makes them even scarier, which that's fine, I guess. It's been a tough edition to be a Blood Angels player, right? Every matchup feels like it's a scary matchup, but we gotta do what we gotta do, I guess. Jaegerbomb coming in with a $5 super chat. Jaegerbomb, I appreciate the super chats this year. There has been so many $5 from you. Thank you so much. And also, I believe you became a member not long ago as well. I hope you have a great new year, Jaegerbomb. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Working on Death Company Assault Intercessors 2022 is looking good for Space Marines. Do you think the new Devastator Primaris will rock? Yeah, so there's been a leak that there's going to be like Primaris Devastators with some sort of like missile launcher. I guess maybe it's going to be like some sort of variant on a Cyclone missile launcher, right? Do I think they will rock? I mean, if the current releases tell us anything, they'll be very, very powerful, right? If you think of Eradicators still being kind of powerful, I imagine these new Primaris Marines, they'll want to sell them, so they'll be powerful. How long they'll stay powerful for, I guess, is another question. But I mean, do I want more Primaris Marines? Yes. In a sense, yes, I want more Primaris Marines, but I'll tell you what I really want, Jaegerbomb, is I actually really want weapon options for Primaris Marines. Like, you're building Death Company Assault Intercessors, for example. If you think of regular Death Company, how many different weapon options they can take, you know, every model can replace like their pistol, every model could replace their close combat weapon, whereas in like the Primaris Death Company, the weapon options are like so many less. Like, you can put like one Thunderhammer in the squad and that is it. What I'd really like to see in 2021, and probably I would have liked 2022, sorry, and what I would have really liked to see this year as well, is just more weapon options. I mean, they're starting to do that, like with that new captain that just got announced, right? There was like a new Primaris Gravis captain, right? That had like oh, what does the new Gravis captain have? He's got like a chainsword, and up until now the Gravis captain could obviously never have a chainsword. So I do like the fact that they're like, we have some new characters coming out. I kind of wish that they'd just been options. Like, I don't necessarily know if it justifies like a whole new release. If it couldn't have just been the previous model, like with the ability now to take those weapon options. But yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that I do like. Obviously, I run a lot of Primaris models in my army. Like, I love incursors. You guys are probably sick fed up of hearing me about talk about incursors. But yeah, this is not the right brush to be doing this with. That is just going over the paint I just put on. This brush is not accurate enough. Yeah, so you guys have probably heard me go on about the various Primaris models I run in my army list, but like, I do think that it would be better if just in general Primaris started getting more weapon options. I would feel, yeah, I feel like it's probably gonna happen, but like, I feel like it should have just kind of happened in the first place, right? But I think I'm possibly more excited about the rumor from that Space Marine 2 game, right, was that like there may be at some point Primaris jump units, and as a Blood Angels player, I think Primaris jump units are gonna probably end up ultimately being what we really want. It's just a case of when are we gonna get them, right? Because why would we not want Primaris jump units? But here's the thing, if the Primaris jump units come out and their weapon options are as limited as some of the other Primaris releases, it's going to be a big disappointment, because as a Blood Angel player, you know, you kind of want a lot of your models to have a bunch of weapon options, right? I mean, that's kind of the thing. There's speculation that Tao's free Overwatch will go away. Oh, well, that'd be interesting. I mean, even if their free Overwatch goes away, how will the Greater Good work then? That'll be interesting. The weapon options is going to be the big thing, right? Like, if we get like a new set of Primaris jump Space Marines, and they're really strong, and let's say, like, because they're Primaris, they'll probably have an extra attack and stuff, like, all that sounds good. But then if it's the same sort of limitations, that's like only one model in the squad can take a special weapon, then that's gonna suck, right? Because, yeah, you know, you look at Vanguard Vets, for example, right? Like, if you got to make a squad of Vanguard Vets, but only one model could take like Lightning Claws and a Storm Shield, then you'd be like, yeah, okay, this squad isn't that good. You know, and I guess that's kind of what happens a little bit with the Primaris. I mean, look at the Infiltrators, for example. Like, Infiltrators are a cool unit. I use them every game. I really like them, but like, they have a complete lack of weapon options. In fact, they have none. There's nothing you can do except take a Haywire Mine. And I don't really know if I rate a Haywire Mine at all. Oliver's here. Good evening, Oliver. Happy New Year. Nice to see you. Left-handed Texas is going to run on a hot date. Good luck on your hot date. I hope you have a great New Year, Texan. Thank you so much for your support this year. Appreciate the $4.99 super chat so much, and thank you for your kind words about my family multiple times this year. It's been really nice. It's been really nice just in general, all the nice comments I've had towards my family, because obviously it was very, very tough when the baby was in intensive care for, what was it, like, I guess he was in intensive care for like basically 2 weeks, because my wife was in hospital for 2.5 weeks, but they did sort of move him out of intensive care at the very end. James Richard, 3 Primaris with a new missile launcher that's slightly better than the missile launcher, or 5 Firstborn Marines with a missile launcher, a heavy bolt or multi-mallet las cannons, and a sergeant. Devastator squads don't really do it for me as a Blood Angels player, you know that? I mean, I think other chapters just do Devastator squads better than we do, I guess. I haven't run Devastator squads probably in like over a year. I don't think it'll be a single new Primaris squad, you know, like kind of how they've done this new captain and then the new ancient as well. Like, they're probably not going to do just one model or one squad, right? They'll do a couple. I think in some ways it might be similar to the Vanguard box we got in 8th edition. You know, like if you look back at the Vanguard box, what was all new in that? You got your infiltrators, you got your suppressors, I think you got eliminators, and was there another unit in that Vanguard box? I actually don't remember now, but I think you got a few anyway, right? Happy New Year from Canada, says Chris. Yeah, right, Happy New Year right back at you. I guess you're a few hours behind us. We are less than an hour now until midnight. Maybe I should have put the clock on the screen, but I don't know how to do that now. Brent says Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, Brent. I mean, I don't know if you realized, but Christmas was a week ago. We're doing New Year now, but cheers. They're putting out less minis with fewer options for more cost. Yeah, but I don't know why they're putting out fewer options. That's my question. Like, why fewer options? Like, what gives? Like, what part of customization and the sort of personalization of the hobby that people love, like, why is that going away? Because that's what I don't get with Primaris. You know, like, a lot of people hate Primaris Marines. Jaegerbomb, thank you so much for becoming a member for month number 2. It's appreciated. Will Blood Angels get an update next year? I mean, I'd kind of hoped we'd get an update to Dante this year. I guess we can hope for next year. But I had really hoped that Dante would have seen an update this year to Primaris. Mephiston got an update right at the end of last year, so 2019, Christmas 2019 I think was Mephiston. So it's kind of been over a year since we've had something, but I'm sure there's other chapters that have not had anything in a year, so we may have to wait a little bit longer. Another giveaway for my birthday in a month's time. If you want, Brent, 100% your call. I mean, the last giveaway that you did was awesome. We haven't done a giveaway in a little while. If we're gonna do another giveaway, maybe we need to get you on a stream or something. Do a small painting competition or something and get you as a judge. That would be cool. Yeah, I get that. Single weapon per squad don't really work anymore in the way vehicles and multi-wounds work now. They'll probably keep the minimal options by design. It also mirrors the 30k legions. Yeah, I mean, I think this is why people hate Primaris, right? Like, unless someone in chat wants to tell me why they hate Primaris, because I run a lot of Primaris in my army. I do not quote-unquote hate Primaris Marines. You know, like, some people are just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm not going to run any Primaris stuff in my army because I hate Primaris, right? And, like, I'm not... You know, and some people still come on this channel and say to me, like, how do I build a strong list without using any Primaris? And I was like, well, you're kind of... If you want to try and do that, you're kind of screwed for troops anyway, because tactical squads are kind of overcosted, if you ask me, where we stand right now. So if you don't want to run any Primaris models in your army, you have to kind of pay over the premium for tactical squads that, in my opinion, really aren't good at all. I think tactical squads were 15 points per model, and they put them up to 18, and I think it was too much. Like, if there were 16 or 17, maybe I could be on board with tacticals being okay, but at 18 points per model, I think they're way too expensive. So, but yeah, so some people just hate Primaris for the raw fact that they're Primaris, but I don't know why. I mean, I guess maybe they hate them because, like, they built up a complete army of Space Marines and now they have to buy lots of new stuff. I mean, I get you could be upset about that. People hate Primaris Marines on the principle is because we spent tons of money on Firstborn over the years. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But this is what I don't get, right? Like, Firstborn kits still sell. Primaris are a good way to introduce people to the hobby, so why not just support both? Like, why not have good updates for the Firstborn stuff as well? In some ways they did that, right? Like, Terminator's getting 3 wounds. I mean, arguably that makes Terminators kind of okay / competitive in some places. You know, in the last GT where I almost finished second, I want to say almost finished second because I really almost did. I was one of only 2 players to go 4-0. I run Terminators, and like I don't think many people run Terminators at that GT. You know, like it was kind of, I wanted to run Terminators because I like Terminators and I thought they filled a purpose. Hello, Daddy Gamble. Good evening. How you doing? Up for a painting competition. My first airbrush is arriving this week, says Mega Miniatures. Nice. I got into tabletop because of Primaris, says Jagerbomb. So yeah, so Primaris are a good way to get people in, keep it simple. But I do think that there should be more options for Primaris Marines as well. This is a really nice beer, by the way. Only the Bold. I'm not sure you can read that. Can I cover myself so it focuses? Only the Bold. This is from a brewery called Stewart Brewing. It is my namesake, but I have nothing to do with it, and it's from Edinburgh in Scotland. Tax should be like 75 points. Yeah, 100% agree, Reziel. If tax were 15-20 points less, then they'd be pretty competitive. Are you still going to run Terminators? My video coming out tomorrow, my tactics video, is all about Terminators. So I'm not really going to spoiler that tonight because obviously I spent the last 4 or 5 nights working on it, but I do have a tactics video coming out tomorrow about Terminators. So, and how I ran them in that recent GT. I haven't bought any Primaris stuff. I get too much to do with the Firstborn. I mean, I hear that as well. I got way too much stuff to do in general in this hobby, period. Let alone, do you know what, we'll bring some Primaris models in because why not? I need to give these guys another coat of red paint anyway before I can start getting too much further with them. So we'll bring in these incursors. And what I sometimes do with incursors or with models that I'm going to paint, I might paint their heads white afterwards and then paint them yellow because I find yellow is a bitch to go over the top of red. So sometimes I find it's easier if you paint them white and then go back to the yellow. But I'm looking for Evil Sun Scarlet. That's what we're looking for. Happy New Year, says the End. Nice to see you, End. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a good one. I'm having a very chilled one tonight. And Krychek's here as well. Good evening, Krychek. How you doing? Happy New Year. Hope you're having a good one. Nice to see that. So I would have been on my own, I suppose, if you guys weren't here. So thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Where's this going? Up here, I guess. So I'm kind of doing a very liberal thin coat of. I already painted these guys with one coat of Evil Sun Scarlet. So this is kind of just like a second coat. It's just going to be a quick coat just to try and make sure I get smooth coverage on them. And also I like the brightness that Evil Sun Scarlet gives over Mephiston Red. Really makes them, I don't know, gives them kind of an older school feel, like they're just very bright red. But yeah, I'm not going to paint the head because it's gonna get painted anyway, a different color. I'm going to go with yellow heads on these incursors. I like there's an ongoing debate about incursor head colors. For me, it's yellow. I think yellow makes sense. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right, Mark. They probably make more money on the new kits. Everybody wants the new models. The new models are arguably made with like slightly better rules, I guess. If you look at like, I suppose if you look at like Eradicators, they probably trump like no one runs Devastator Squad, right? But loads of people run Eradicators, for example. So yeah, they probably do make a lot of money on the new models. That's probably true, but it doesn't change the fact that Eradicators are a bad example, right? Because like weapon options in the Eradicators is actually not bad. Like the Sergeant just taking the multi-melta is fine, or one model taking multi-melta is fine. But like Blade Guard Veterans, for example, very cool model, very cool unit, very strong unit, but like just literally no weapon options. Yeah, so I mean, easy question then, if we're talking about Primaris. The red looks like something from 3rd edition. Yeah, it's for me it was 2nd edition I started playing. So this red, this bright red is definitely a callback to when I first started playing. But you know what? I've always done my Blood Angels like this, and I always will, I guess. So. That's just the way that I'll do them. Look at Blade Guard Veterans. You know, we talk a lot at the moment about how Incarmite axes are a lot better for Sanguinary Guard, right, than Incarmite swords. I mean, some people might disagree, but in the current meta where there's so much T5 stuff running about, Incarmite axes obviously wound T5 quite a bit easier. Quite often the -2 or -3 AP is enough to push enemies onto their vulnerable saves anyway, so Incarmite axes are better than swords maybe, unless you're running Null Zone. So if Blade Guard Veterans, for example, could have had master-crafted power axes rather than at the moment they can just have master-crafted power swords, would that not have been a cool addition to them? A simple thing as well. Blade Guard Veterans with master-crafted power axes. Like, why do they have to have swords? You know, and the power axe is a master-crafted power axe is basically an Incarmite axe, right? I just think that those sort of weapon options give your army some flavor, and I like it a lot. I liked it a lot, and in some ways it's why I still prefer Firstborn over Primaris. Even though I use a bunch of Primaris stuff, I still always think to myself, like, ugh, I wish that they just... I kind of almost wish that the Primaris stuff just had more weapon options. I thought at some point they'll have to consolidate the range, phasing out Firstborn kits and the new Primaris kits taking on more options. I think if they try and phase out the Firstborn though, right? Like, if people... Like, how many people will be pissed if they try and phase... Like, they don't typically phase out too many models, like 1 or 2, right? Like, if they just went like tactical squads are now phased out, I think people would lose their shit. I mean, look at what happened with the railgun this week. That's like one weapon being released and like the whole of the internet's losing their shit about it. So like if they try and phase out something like a tactical squad, like so many people would be losing their shit. I don't know if they can do it, honestly. Would be kind of cool to have an axe option on the Blade Guard veterans. It would be cool, wouldn't it? GW doesn't want to get away from Firstborn. They know they're going to make plenty of money regardless, but they can't ignore the easy money off old resources. And I think people are always... Having a big range for Space Marines is not a bad thing, right? You know, like... And sure, stuff comes in and out of the meta in terms of competitiveness, but I don't think having a big range is a bad thing. If anything, I think that they should endeavour to make more things competitive, and I think that was what my video on the Ball Predator last week was, saying like, hey, if you make the Ball Predator more competitive, you'd probably sell more Ball Predators. You just need, you know, where it is right now, it's obviously not good. So yeah, I would just like to see more things that are in the range, given a bit more love, and I think some of the new Primaris stuff, while it is good, it could be given a bit more weapon options. And do you know what? Someone actually asked about like Blood Angels transfers today, and that's another thing I was thinking as well. Like, why do they not sell? You know the Blood Angels transfer sheet? I have a bunch of them. Why don't they sell those on the GW website, right? Like, people need those transfer sheets, and I had to say to the guy in Facebook, like, probably the best way to get the Blood Angels transfer sheet is to go to eBay, right? Firstborn will have Second Life in Horus Heresy. I like, maybe, but I mean that doesn't help me. I don't play Horus Heresy, I guess. Push fit models are another interesting topic, I guess. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of push fit stuff. I get having push fit stuff, but it's a little bit... I mean, you're going to get honest opinions from me tonight, right? Because I've had like... Well, I was one pretty large whiskey and one beer, and I haven't drunk seriously since probably before the pandemic, so... push fit options. The push fit options to me are a little bit like Warhammer Plus, right? Like, I went to watch one of the battle reports in Warhammer Plus, and it was like the Blood Angels versus Orcs. And the Blood Angels list that they produced was like... Well, it wasn't a competitive list, let's just leave it at that, right? Like, it was never a list you'd see in competitive play, right? So if it's never a list you see in competitive play, for me, not super interested, because it's like, the reason I play this game is to be competitive, or... so I was a little bit disappointed with the lists that I saw in the battle report. But then the other thing, you know, like people were saying to me about it, like on stream and stuff, was like, it felt like the battle report was aimed at new players, but like, are new players the target demographic for Warhammer Plus? I would argue no. I would argue that like people that are subscribing to Warhammer Plus are like the more serious players that play Warhammer all the time and want really good content. So like, if you think about Indomitus, for example, Indomitus didn't have a rulebook in it. Am I wrong? Yeah, I'm like 100% sure Indomitus didn't come with a rulebook. So they're selling a box that's like 125 bucks, which is a lot of money. I mean, sure, it's not a lot of money for some people, but for some people, 125 bucks is a lot of money. In my situation, you know, like my wife doesn't work and we have 2 kids. So 125 bucks, you know, money doesn't grow on trees. 125 bucks is quite a lot of money. And it's push fit models, but it doesn't have the rule book. So it's like, it's kind of like confused design. It's like this is a kit for new players, but it's a kit for new players, but it's not, because the veterans are all going to want it, but then it's push fit models. So yeah, I think in some ways you're probably right. I mean, the pandemic has messed up everything, I get that. But I really thought by now in 9th edition we would have more weapon options. I guess all the codexes have been slowed down. The pandemic is to blame for everything, you know. Like in my day job, we've been working from home for like 18 months. We only just got back in the office, and now Omicron is like going crazy. So like I get how difficult it is. If you work in an office and you have to do everything remote, it can make things like twice as slow and just so much more complicated and so much. It's just not great, I guess. So I guess we have got to give them a bit of leeway on that, but yeah, more options for Primaris, I think, are. If I had one gripe this year, it's probably that. My other gripe would be like, give us a decent Commander Dante. I know some of you guys love Dante. I don't rate him at all. One bourbon, one scotch, one beer. Nice then. That's how you do it. One of each. I tried out this pretentious bottle of Coca-Cola tonight, and what I found is that, I mean, what does it say about it? It just says mixed with premium dark spirits, a woody Coca-Cola. Let me smell it actually. Indomitus did come with a rulebook, did it? It came with the core rules, right? Did it come with the rulebook? Are you sure? It just tastes like a Coca-Cola. Like there's. Indomitus came with the rulebook. Surely not, because then I would have 3 copies of the rulebook, and I don't have it. I don't have 3 copies of the rules. Are you talking about the tiny little rulebook that's like 3 pages long? Carrie is having a Lagavulin 16 tonight. Nice, Carrie. I have here Singleton from Dufton. I believe this is a 12-year-old, and I have the 14-year-old Caribbean cask. So you got me beat with the 16. Dominus wasn't marked for a kit with new players. It was pushed by the community as a great new player option. So so I guess that's my question, Adam. If it wasn't marked as a kit for new players, then why were all the models push fit, right? But Dante is the soul of the Blood Angels, and I will die on that hill. All right, well, I will see you on that hill with my chapter master on a bike. Still alive while Dante is lying in a ditch. You own 4 cool rule books? Really? Didn't Thomas come with... I don't know what I've done with those rule books then. Did I just chuck them? I can't have just chucked them. Fancy Coke, yeah, I don't know. I bought it because I've seen it on the shelf now for probably like 18 months. These quote-unquote like pretentious Coke mixers. Bottom line is they just taste like Coca-Cola. There used to be a Coca-Cola they did like 5 years ago. They maybe still do it now. But it was basically like a Coca-Cola that they made with like without any chemicals. I forget what it was called. I think it was called like Coke Natural or something, or something like that, right? They made this Coca-Cola that was made with like no chemicals, and that's pretty much what this tastes like. It's kind of, which in reality just means it's like a Coca-Cola, but it's a bit flatter. So I guess if you want a slightly flatter Coke and you want to pay a premium for it, then that's what these Coke mixers are. I don't think they're any better than just mixing it with regular Coca-Cola. If anything, like I said, it's flatter. Like, look at this. Like, it's totally flat. Like, there is no... Was there any CO2 in it? Because it certainly doesn't look like it. Lore-wise, do you think Dante will soul bond with the soul fragments of the Vengeful Spirit to get an upgrade from the Demi Primarch, or just want to Rubicon? Yeah, I mean, I would like Dante to do something, man. If he just gets Rubicons... So Mephiston's Rubicon was like... I bet it's more for bourbons. The only bourbon I've got is Jack Daniel's Honey Steel Rain. And I think, like I said, like I really like... I have a really sweet tooth, so that's why I have a bottle of Jack Daniel's the honey one and not regular Jack Daniel's. But I feel like if I was gonna drink that Coca-Cola, I think it would be wasted on the Jack Daniel's honey, honestly. Like, I think it would need to be regular Jack Daniel's, which I don't have. I have a lot of different whiskies, but I don't have Jack. Bourbon isn't a huge drink. I like Jack Daniel's and Coke, but like, it's not something I drink regularly. Yeah, I think if he just gets the Rubicon Jaeger bomb, that will be kind of... Do you know what? I have Jägermeister downstairs. I don't have any Red Bull, but I do have Jägermeister. Maybe I've got a can of Red Bull. Maybe I shouldn't be thinking about Jägermeisters at 11:30. I would like Dante to do more than just the Rubicon, because I think if he just Rubicons, which for Mephiston was like +1 attack, +1 wound, I think that's like totally lackluster. I already think Dante's kind of expensive at 165 points, and if he just gets +1 attack, like I really think Dante should have a 3 damage weapon. There's so much -2 damage stuff around. Like if he gets +1 attack, +1 wound, and a 3 damage weapon, I would be okay with that. But like, it can't just be +1 damage, +1 wound. Like, I just don't think that's enough to make me want to feel Dante. And I know, like you said, some people think Dante is the life and soul of Blood Angels, and like, don't get me wrong, like, I've played with the Dante model in my army list for 20 years. I mean, I started this hobby in like 1994 or something. I think I probably own about 4 metal Dantes, because Dante's axe was notorious for breaking, right, on those old metal models. So I probably own like 4 Dantes. Like, this was when I was a kid and I didn't realize you could even fix that axe and just buy another Dante. So yeah, I own like 4 Dantes. I've used them for like 20 years, but like, you know, it's almost a running meme at this point how old his model is, right? Kalgar got an upgrade. Gilliman came back from the dead. Didn't like Ragnar Blackmane for the Space Wolves, I forget his name, but he got an upgrade, so come on, it's Dante's time. It reminds me of that quote from Jay and Silent Bob the movie when he's like, When Lord, when's it gonna be my time? Coke Life in a green package. You're right, the end. That's what it used to be called. Coke Life. And it was Coke made with all natural stuff. And it was the same. It was kind of just like flat Coca-Cola, wasn't it? Because I guess maybe they didn't put CO2 in it or something. At least get some Bullet or Woodford Reserve solid stuff. Like I said, you know what? I do like bourbon. Just being from Scotland, it's almost like a thing. Like, you have to have a lot of scotch in the house. Like, if you don't have scotch in your drinks cupboard, people will be like, what's wrong with you? It's about 25 minutes to midnight, yes. I've been dealing with -10 weather this week. Had my outside work cancelled Wednesday due to extreme cold. -10 is brutal, man. I've been in Scotland before when it was like I think it was like 20 or -29, and that was the coldest I've ever been. And yeah, I can't imagine working outside in that for any length of time. Like, just walking from your car to the shop in like -20 is brutal. If the wind is up, it just like saps the heat right out of you. It's crazy. But yeah, our weather's been okay this week actually. It was like 8 degrees yesterday Celsius and like about 6 today, so not super cold. Like you need a jacket, but not too bad at all for the time of year, so that's been nice. So tell me this, does anybody go brighter red than this? Because this is pretty fucking bright, right? Any of you Blood Angels maniacs out there, do any of you start with a brighter red and work from there? Bear in mind, I don't do edge highlight on my red, I just do recess washing. So these guys will end up a bit darker than they are right now. But right now, they are bright as all hell. Just the way I like it. Okay. Calgar had 4 models, 5 including the one on his throne. Calgar got those cool little Victrix Guard models as well, didn't he? That's why I was convinced Sanguinius was gonna get... Sorry, Sanguinius, fucking hell. I've only had 3 drinks. This is what happens when you're in a pandemic and you don't drink properly in a year. I was convinced Sanguinius was gonna get a new model, guys. I was convinced Dante was going to get a new model. I'm going to have another whiskey. Caribbean cask. Yeah, I was convinced Dante was going to get a new model when I saw Calgar got that new model and those Victrix Guard. Victrix? Is that how you say it? And they're basically they're almost a little bit like company veterans, right? Or in some ways they were kind of like Blade Guard veterans, right? They had a storm and a storm shield and a sword, and it was probably a mastercrafted power sword. I don't know because I don't play Ultramarines, obviously, but I feel like it was a mastercrafted power sword they had, and they got the bodyguard rule as well. Those Victrix Guard, right? And I think you can just take them in squads of 2. That's why I was convinced we were going to get like Primaris Sanguinary Guard in a box, kind of like how you got Celestine in a box with her characters, Calgar in a box with his characters, and then we'd get Dante in a box with his Sanguinary Guard. And you know, Steel Rain, thank you so much for the thank you so much for the $5 and apparently a bottle of bourbon. Yes, just DM me on Discord, dude. I'll send you my address, no problem. That would be very appreciated. I will drink it on stream, and I will give you a shout out for sure. Steel Rain SG, and Steel Rain's motto is that basically every list needs 1 million Sanguinary Guard in it, or it doesn't have enough Sanguinary Guard. They're gonna retcon Tycho to be in a dreadnought. I mean, maybe. Good evening, Ben. Happy New Year. Tycho for Primaris. They can't. If they bring back Tycho, they may as well bring back Sanguinius and just say fuck it, right? Because Tycho is as dead as Sanguinius. But yeah, I guess it hasn't stopped him getting rules each edition. Would you advise buying the Blood Angels data cards? You do need to buy them both. Or you can print your own data cards, I guess, if you know the ones you use commonly, you could make your own ones. I did make some that you could print, but obviously not all of them. So if you want the ones that you could print, just ask me on Discord in the room and I can link you. So, but yeah, I mean, if you want all the stratagems and stuff, you do kind of need to buy both sets. But I mean, the cards are just the stratagems that are in the books. So if if you're on a budget and you don't want to spend £25 on cards for stratagems that you already kind of own because you own the books, you could sort of just try and make your own, print them out on a bit of like paper card or something, and that would be essentially the same. There's nothing, you're not going to get anything on the stratagems that you're not getting in the codexes, right? I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Victrix Guard are basically Ultramarines equivalent of Sanguinary Guard. Yeah, but they get the Bodyguard rule as well, right? And they got Storm Shields. And don't they have some way to transfer wounds onto them as well? Or am I wrong? Like, it's been a while since I looked at the Victrix Guard profiles. I thought there was a way that they could, like, roll anytime Calgar takes a wound and there's, like, a chance you could transfer it onto one of his bodyguards. Kind of like shield drones for Tau, but, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. It's been a while, like, since I looked at their rules. Thank you so much for subscribing, Bert. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So, we just passed... possibly on the stream, we just passed 8,400 subscribers. So there are arguably, 8,401 subscribers I have now. So there are arguably 8,400 Blood Angels players worldwide. I know a few people have subscribed to the channel that don't play Blood Angels because they either just like keeping up to date on Blood Angels or they like some of the videos I've done. But yeah, so just to make it a nice round number, there are 8,000 Blood Angels players. There's probably more because not every Blood Angels player is going to want to subscribe to me on YouTube because either they don't know about me or they don't like me. I mean, you know, if you don't want to like me, that's your opinion. You're totally entitled to your opinion. Or you don't like my videos, or you just don't watch videos on YouTube, for example. But yeah, so, you know, my goal, I guess, for the channel was to try and get to 10,000 subscribers. So you could argue, if I can get to 10,000 subscribers, there's going to be 10,000 Blood Angels players worldwide. So if they made a box that is Dante and 4, let's say, Primaris Sanguinary Guard, and they charge like $60 for it, 60 times 10,000. I can't do that math in my head. That'd be 60,000, 600,000. Yeah, so like over £500,000, or $500,000, pounds, whatever. It feels like it would be a no-brainer for Games Workshop to make a box with Primaris Sanguinary Guard and Primaris Dante, right? Like, because pretty much everyone's going to buy him, because everybody... You know, we talked earlier in the stream about how people don't like Primaris units because, you know, they replace some firstborn units, but at the same time, everybody is unhappy with how old the Dante model is, right? Like, no one's going like, wow, this Dante model looks cool. No, everyone's going, he's on too small a base, he looks really old, he's not changed in 20 years. So everybody's wanting, as far as I'm aware, almost everybody, I guess some people probably want, but most people are going to be like, yeah, I would love a new Dante model. If nothing else, just to paint a new Dante model, right? Maybe you don't play the game, you just want to paint one. So it seems strange that Ultramarines got their chapter Ultramarines got their Primarch back, they got Calgar upgraded, and we didn't get... Well, we got Mephiston, which is okay, but Mephiston... You know, if people... I look at 4 army lists every week, and I would argue that, like, we see Mephiston once in a blue moon. Like, we see lists... So if I look at 4 army lists, competitive lists a week, and there's 4 weeks in a month on average, so that's 16 lists I look at a week. Primaris Strike, yeah, we forgot about him. So if I look at 16 army lists in a week, I want to see less than 1 list includes Mephiston. So probably, let's say, once every 2 months, so 1 out of 30, so 4% of lists include Mephiston. So either they didn't hit the mark with Primaris Mephiston, or he's overcosted, or other reasons, I guess. But, yeah. Alright, I finally finished my first beer. It only took an hour and a half. Alright. Maybe I'll try and finish this whiskey. You kitbashed a Dante from Death Company and Sanguinary Guard bits. It probably looks better than Dante actually looks, Werty, because Dante's model is just so old at this point. I know some people have made like a Primaris Dante, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I really think Dante needs a refresh, and he needs a refresh of his rules as well. All right, beer number 2 is a new relic. It's actually called a new relic. How random. A new relic. How random. Well, we need a new Dante, like we need a new relic. But Happy New Year, Casey. Thanks for tuning in. I've seen one exceptional Primaris Dante. I've seen a few, I think. And I guess it's kind of a fun model to do because he's like we said, he's just kind of so iconic, right? So you could probably have quite a lot of fun making your own Dante. But at the same time, it would be nice if they just hurried up and made a Primaris Dante, wouldn't it? This is also Indian Pale Ale, which I guess IPA is kind of like lager, isn't it? I don't know. I'm more into my whiskey drinking than I am beer. Like, I like craft beer. Like, I very rarely buy stuff like Budweiser or anything like that, but if I'm buying stuff, it's usually whiskey. I much prefer spending my money on expensive whiskey than I do on expensive beer. Mark, you're so harsh about my opinions on Dante. You're just so harsh. IPA is nothing like lager? Okay. What's... Beer to me is beer, I guess, Rezio. But yeah, IPA is super common. Alright. I'm going to do a little bit of white painting. And we are just going to paint these beaky helmets white so we can put yellow over them afterwards. It's going to be quite a thin and probably quite a blotchy coat of white, but that's fine because I'm not trying to paint them white. I just want something a little bit easier for the yellow to go over than red. So probably end up looking a little bit pink in places, but I'm totally fine with that. It's kind of like just doing an undercoat after spraying them, I guess. I mean, I could have covered their heads with something, I guess. But no, I didn't do that. Is there any way for Sanguinius to come back? I mean, I very much doubt it. I think the only way that we have any form of Sanguinius in the game is if, like, Dante goes through the Rubicon and dies and comes back, and somehow Dante was having visions in that book, right? Where, like, he keeps seeing like a golden warrior protecting the Emperor or something. It's been a long time since I read Darkness in the Blood now, but Dante kept having these visions where, like, he saw a golden warrior protecting the Emperor, and he thinks the golden warrior is him, but he's not sure. I think. Like I said, it's been a long time since I read that book. I think it would. I think the only way you see any form of Sanguinius, because Sanguinius is dead and has been dead for millennia at this point, I guess. So I think the only way you see any form of Sanguinius is if Dante dies and somehow gets revived and his soul sees Sanguinius during his death or something, but who knows? Shallow Grave is an excellent dark beer. I've never heard of a beer called Shallow Grave. Downtown Brown by Lost Coast was my favourite back in the day. It was better than Newcastle by far, and it's by Swithwick's. Dave Pikey is a legend. He wasn't going to start drinking because he's in Vegas and he's 8 hours behind, I believe. But I told him just fuck it, go ahead and start. And he's now 3 gins in, and I guess it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon for you, Dave. So you are actually a legend. If anyone in the chat has had more than three gins, and it's in the time zone you're in, it's earlier than 3 o'clock, then please let us know, because you are you are doing your part for New Year, I guess. I'm gonna open my window at like 2 minutes to midnight, just in case we're gonna get some pipes. Apparently one of the guys where I live now sometimes likes to pipe in the new year. I'll probably get a copyright strike because it'll play like a copyrighted... No, surely piping songs are like hundreds of years old by now, actually. They probably aren't copyrighted. So it'll probably be okay, but we'll see. Give it 5 more minutes and I'll open our window. IPA is ale on steroids. As a cool history, but is notable for strong hops. Yeah, do you know what? There is a lot of hops in IPA, isn't there? Sometimes there can be too much hops, though. Sometimes it can be too hoppy. Sonoran says Happy New Year. Almost 4p here on the West Coast. Already had a beer and some gin. Oh, Kerry's gonna give you a run for his money, Davey. Nice. Do you know what? I was before the pandemic, I was on the West Coast for work, actually. Back in 2019, I went to San Francisco for a conference, and you know, at the time I was like, oh my god, we have to fly like 12 hours to go for a conference, and I was like, ugh. You know, because anytime you have to do like a 12-hour flight, it's hard to be excited about a 12-hour flight, right? And I think London to San Francisco is actually 13 hours, because I think I ended up... I remember watching a movie, or I think I watched 2 movies, and then, you know, in the planes these days, you can like click the little interactive map, and you can like see how far you still have to go. So I think I'd watched 2 movies, and I clicked the little interactive map, and it was like, you have 8 hours left of flight time, and I was like, oh my god, fuck my life. But yeah, you don't appreciate what you've got until you don't have it, right? Like, you come back 2 years later and you've not done anything for the pandemic. You're like, oh my god, I would love to go on a plane for 12 hours to the other side of the world. Like, how lucky was I? I did not appreciate what I had at all. And that was for work, you know, it's all expenses paid and stuff. The same thing is happening with Japanese beer. Do you know what? I want to get Japanese whiskey, because apparently Scotland and Japan have the same sort of, like, is it latitude? I forget longitude and latitude, right? Is latitude like north to south? Because apparently Japan has the same, whatever, north to south, so I'm just going to call north to south latitude. If it's longitude, then I'm an idiot. But yeah. You smell any weed burned while in my city? Are you from San Francisco, the end? Because when I was in San Francisco, I did indeed smell weed just about everywhere, and I did visit a dispensary as well, because, like, when in Rome, right? I actually think that latitude, you're correct. I actually think, like, San Francisco or the other states and stuff that let's say that weed is legal, I actually think that's a much better system than we have over here, because I think the thing about it being legal is, like, you take the criminal element out of it, right? Whereas if it's like, so in the UK it's totally illegal, and then what you end up with is, like, basically dealers will sell drugs to kids and stuff like that. Whereas, like, if it's in a shop, it's all controlled. You got to show ID. I think it's actually a much better approach. And then I don't know what they're doing with the profits from weed in San Francisco, but I know Colorado, because I read it in the news that Colorado is like another big weed place in America, or like. I guess they've got dispensaries, and like anyone, like it's legal for anyone now in Colorado. But like Colorado taxed the shit out of weed, right? Like they taxed it at like 40% or something like really high, and then they invested all the money they made from like the weed taxes into schools. And I was like, oh my god, that's like the greatest idea ever, right? So you get rid of all the criminality. Rather than putting the money into drug dealers' pockets, you actually now reinvest that money in your education system. And here's the thing, if people want to smoke weed, they're going to smoke weed, right? Like it on my walk home from work, so I live in a country where like weed is completely illegal. On my walk home from work on a Friday night, I walk through multiple housing estates where like I know what weed smells like. I smell weed. So like people are doing it anyway, whether or not the government are involved or whatnot. So if people are doing it anyway, and like they don't want to waste police time on marijuana, why don't they just friggin' put it in the shops and tax it, and then use that tax for something good and positive? Like, and that's what they're doing in Colorado, and I actually kind of love that. So yeah, when I was in San Francisco, I did smell weed in multiple places, but if they're doing it in a positive way, then I'm much happier than that than what we're doing here in the UK. And in some ways in the UK, I feel like we're kind of backwards, like, but that's you know, it's just my 2 cents on it. Vegas, they put the money into schools as well. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, put the money into drug dealers' pockets or put the money into schools. To me, that's a complete no-brainer. Like I said, if people really want to smoke weed, it's a friggin' plant. They can grow it in their own house, right? They will. If people really want to smoke weed, they'll grow it. And you know, like I've got kids now. Would I prefer to live in a world where like my kid would get sold marijuana illegally, or would I prefer to live in a world when they're 18, they can try it in like a safe environment, and like I could even be there with them when they try it and it's totally like legal, and we could be like, right, this is what it is, and you know, I don't know. The UK is so backwards in some senses of things, I think. I don't know, because yeah. Yeah, so I'm just painting these white, and like I said, they're probably going to go pink. Here is one that I did earlier that has pretty much gone pink, but I'm going to put yellow over the white, and I just think that giving them the coat of white like that makes it a bit easier to get the yellow over the top of them. Idaho does not have legal weed, even yeah, I believe Scotland, where I live, they've just done the first, like there's one dispensary open in Scotland now for I guess if you got a prescription in Scotland now, you can get weed, but it just happened very recently. And I believe there's just one dispensary in the whole country so far. But slowly we're sort of moving to that. Stop painting, it's 2 minutes to midnight. Okay, let me open this window in case we do get some pipes. Can you hear the fireworks? I can hear fireworks outside. Let me see if I can turn this camera so you can see out the window. There we go. The microphone is picking up the pops from the fireworks. You hear that? Let's see if we get a piper. Kind of cold out there. Mark, congratulations. Is that your 12-month subscription? It is indeed. Happy New Year. 12-month subscriber. Thank you so much. That's very, very appreciated. "2 minutes to midnight" is a great Iron Maiden song. Yeah, cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Happy New Year, brothers. Happy New Year if you are in My watch just literally ticked over to midnight. I don't think I've ever done a stream. Yeah. I can hear pipes. I don't think my microphone's picking them up. They're playing Happy New Year, Bertie. Thank you so much. $10. Really appreciate it. When you talk, you can hear the... Yeah, I mean, my filter must be... You can just hear them in the background. Anyone here plays Knights? It says Jeff. Do you know what? I thought the pipes would be louder. They're pretty obnoxiously loud. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can hear them in the background. My down noise gate. Let me see if I can remove the noise gate. Are the pipes there? Are you hearing them? Maybe we'll get one more song from the pipes. Let's see. Rezi, you'll join your legend, man. So happy for you and your family are well. We got Scotland the Brave on the pipes. You hear it? Spill beer on myself, bloody hell. Hey, that guy deserves a round of applause. Out at midnight. playing the bagpipes. What a champion. It's got to be cold for me, man. It's got to be cold. I wonder if we're going to get one more song. When that whiskey is starting to get me a real buzz on now. Unfortunately, I'm here alone. I'm going to end up going to bed and be buzzing in bed, I guess. Thank you, Jeff, so much for the $10. And go buy some diapers. Yeah, we have been going through a lot of diapers recently. Who is on the warm side of beer? Is that a thing, says Daddy Gamble? Yeah, I mean, who is on that side? Surely not that many people. And thank you, Rizzo, for the $6.50. That's so appreciated. I really appreciate it, brother. Is that the end? Will we get one more song? We got fireworks going on out there. I'm sure you can hear them. What's the weather there? I mean, it feels pretty cold with the window open, sitting in a t-shirt, I'll tell you that. And I've had like a bunch of drinks, so it's probably way more colder and I'm just not feeling it. Let me see. It says right now out there it says it's 8 degrees Celsius, but it feels like 7. Quit making a mess of yourself when you use less diapers. Yeah, that's how that works, Kerry Scott. Have a peek out this window. I think that's us. We get 3 songs. It's pretty cool. Definitely didn't have any. Definitely didn't have any. God, use your words, John. Definitely didn't have any bagpipes at my previous house at New Year. Well, I got the door closed in here. This room gets super warm because. Oh yeah, I mean, like, you see this giant light I have here? This light actually makes the room, like... That's why I'm only in a t-shirt, because if I have a warm shirt that I was wearing in the rest of the house, but, like, this soft light actually makes this room super hot. It activates more taste buds warmer than colder. Yeah, but warm beer, I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of warm beer. Alright, like, so earlier in the stream I was like, this Coke and whiskey is shit, but now like 3 or 4 whiskeys later and a couple of beers later, I'm like, yeah, this Coke and whiskey's pretty good, man. I'm enjoying it now. Didn't enjoy it when I was sober. Well, so the songs that we got, I think, was Scotland the Brave, and Auld Lang Syne, I think. And I am not entirely sure what the third song was that they played, but if I was a piper, I would have played Flower of Scotland. That's sort of like national anthem, I guess. It's kind of like, I guess, if you're in America, it's I actually don't know what the national anthem of America is called. The Star Spangled Banner, is that the name of it? Is that the name of the song? It's always played at like the Super Bowl and shit, right? But do you know what? This is the first time I've painted since my painting stream, like probably about 10 days ago now, and I've had all these models just lying on my desk, like looking at me like, hey, we really need some paint. And I was like, yeah, guys, I know you need paint, but I have this really young baby and it's been very difficult to paint. EF0283, that's an interesting name. Blood Angels Commander, I use your theory of having a balanced army as opposed to my more melee orientated one, and I won against my friends melee heavy Blood Angels 65 to 43. Congratulations, EF. Don't tell your friend about my channel or he'll come back with a balanced army and kick your ass. You're never alone online. We're always here, as is Sanguinius. Gary, you're a legend. Thank you for being here tonight. I hope you guys all have a great new year. I hope that 2022 really sees the end of this pandemic, because this has gone on now far too long. I don't know how you guys all feel about the pandemic. I guess everybody has got their own opinions on it. I am triple jabbed, so I've had 3 shots of Pfizer now. And mainly the reason I'm probably triple jabbed is because technically my son shouldn't even be here yet. You know, like his due date wasn't until the 6th of January and he is here now. So I am triple jabbed. I don't really know how I feel about, how do I feel about vaccines, anti-vaccines, all this sort of nonsense. All I know is I just want the pandemic to end. I'd really like it if we could get back to a spot where everybody can see everybody again. Because someone actually asked me in a comment today, am I going... There's 2 tournaments coming up. There's 2 tournaments coming up here in the region that I live in, which is the northeast of Scotland. And they're both GTs, and one is in February and one is in March. And someone asked on the channel, like, hey, I'm thinking of going to these. Will I see you at either of them? And I would love to be at both of them, honestly. I felt like I did really well in my last GT, and I'd like to keep sort of that momentum going. But I guess the problem is, like, if in February Omicron case, like at the moment in Scotland, Omicron cases are just nuts. England as well, Omicron is nuts, and I believe Omicron is now just sort of hitting America as well. And the cases, yeah, not many people are dying from Omicron, yeah. I mean, that's great that not many people are dying, but people are still dying, right? And you don't know. You can't just sort of rule it out and be like, well, we'll be fine, you know? It's still dangerous, and especially like for me, where I've got a baby that's premature, it's like super dangerous. And like, it's just an absolute nightmare. So 2022, we gotta see the end of the pandemic. Hopefully that means we can get to some more GTs and sort of tournaments or whatever, and maybe I can meet some more of you guys at some of these events, which I'd love to do. And also maybe we can get to 10,000 subscribers and we can sell Blood Angels Commander merchandise, because that was, last time I checked, that's what you need to do to be able to sell merchandise on YouTube. You need 10,000 subscribers, and I'm ticking over. I've got 8,400 today, so that's another milestone. I guess 16 more hundreds and we hit 10,000. I think it's doable, hopefully. I'll keep drinking. If you keep drinking, you'll end up with painted iron. That's so smart. I'm actually kind of... I'm kind of a nightmare when I'm drunk, to be honest. My wife will attest to that, in that, like, I have one speed when I'm drinking, and it's go. Baldemore's here. Baldemore's Guide to YouTube. If you do not know, Baldemore's a monster on YouTube. Baldemort, just throw into YouTube search bar his exact name. I'm going to do it right now. Just to tell you, Baldemore's Guide to Warhammer. He has 131,000 subscribers. Baltimore, you are a legend, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. Maybe I can send you a couple of my subscribers. But thank you so much for checking out the stream, brother. I've watched a bunch of your videos. 131,000 subscribers. Good for you, man. I cannot even comprehend. Sometimes when I wake up and I see like 8,000 subscribers on my channel, I'm like, dude, 8,000 people actually think that, like, 131,000. Good for you, man. I enjoy your videos. You are a great guy, and go to lower. Happy New Year. I don't know what country you're in, but Happy New Year to you whenever it hits. And you watch me a load. Oh man, look at the chat. They love you. They literally love you in chat. How cool is that you dropped in? Thank you for dropping in. And yeah, if you ever want to do a video together, I don't know what we would do. We could do a live stream where you just come on here and we just drink. Because that's what we're doing tonight. Why not? On that note, I'm going to have another whiskey because Baldermort joined the channel. I'm going to be fucking smashed. If my wife wakes me at 3 a.m. to look after this baby, I'm just going to go downstairs and play Assassin's Creed or something on my PlayStation. Cheers, Baldermort. I am on... let me show you what I'm drinking tonight. That's quite a big dram, actually. As I get more drunk, the drams become slightly bigger. This is Balvenie Carbine Cask, extra mature, and it's a lovely 43%. Because in Scotland at midnight, we don't fuck around. 40%, that's for losers. 43% is where you need to be. Reziel says, Baldermort's Guide to Warhammer, your video last year in Dark Angels was insane. When you ranted about Firstborn Legion, I was First Legion, sorry, I was speechless. John's coming up in the world, other YouTubers are noticing. Do you know what? I've got a few subscribers from other big YouTubers, and I'm not there yet, but I spoke to Valrak like very briefly. And Valrak is obviously very big as well, 100,000 plus subscribers. But yeah, 8,000 people love you. Yeah, it's very nice of you to say, Davey. I drank like a fish at your age. Scots lads are hard. Do you know what's funny, Baldermort, and I guess anyone else, is I'm kind of a pussy when I compare myself to my other friends from Scotland. Like I drink like half of what they drink or less. So yeah, people in Scotland when it comes to alcohol are insane, literally insane. So thanks for dropping in. Valrak is huge. He's got great taste. He's got reasonable taste. He likes the Sons of Dorne, so we can't go... I think great is a push, right? I would actually really like to play Valrak at one point. Maybe that's something that I can hope to achieve if I can get more subscribers. I think he's a cool guy. I actually watched a lot of his live streaming because he just jumps on and talks about all the new rumors and everything. And I've kind of thought about that for my channel. Like I could do what Valrak's doing, in that like every time there's a new rumor drop or something, I could jump on and just talk about the rumors and stuff. But I don't know. I think, he's doing him, I'm doing me, and I guess my channel is a little bit different. So my thought is I'm going to do more like I'm going to do what I'm going to do. But Valrak is, he's definitely fun to watch. And I've spoken to him a few times now in like his live chat and stuff. So that's been fun. So where are you from, Baldermort, then? Oh, let me put some music back on. I think the pipe music here has finished. I'll put a little bit of chill music on. I don't know how long I'm streaming tonight, by the way, guys. I'm streaming... I probably wasn't planning to have as many drinks as I've had, to be honest. I thought I'd have like a couple of beers and a couple of whiskeys. I think I've had like... I was going to say like 6 whiskeys now. Maybe it's just 5. so maybe like 5 whiskeys. But this is a big fucking whiskey, this one. South coast of America, or south coast of somewhere else, sorry. You know, we could talk about some of the rumors for the Blood Angels players. I don't know if you guys have been watching my podcast, but that I've been doing with Tony and Mark. We do actually cover some of the rumors I guess it'll be next Thursday. We've already filmed it though, but next Thursday we've got a new episode of the podcast coming out, and that will talk about some of the rumors. I might do the odd video here and there about rumors, but the problem, I guess, at the moment is like I can't react fast enough to rumors, and what I mean by that is like I have a 2-year-old kid and I have like now literally a 0-year-old kid, so it takes me all my time to just produce YouTube videos that I normally do. So like if there's a rumor out, someone's probably already beaten me to the video, and yeah, that's just what it is. It is what it is, I guess. South Coast. Oh, you're in England. All right, right on. Do you know what? I just literally found out I am going to England in August. I got gifted it as a Christmas present from my parents, or my mother actually. Unfortunately, my dad isn't here anymore. Yeah, no, we are going to England, the Lake District in August, and I'm actually like a big hill walker, and apparently the Lake District has England's highest mountain in it. So yeah, we were talking just earlier today actually about seeing if we can arrange a day out to climb England's highest mountain. Because I live in the northeast of Scotland, there's actually like the Cairngorms are up here, which has like all of Scotland's like a ton of different mountain ranges and stuff. And the Cairngorms is like so untouched by man. The scenery, everything is so beautiful. The air is so fresh. Usually on the Grots podcast, we do rip on Gabriel Seth James. You are right. You have nothing to apologize, brother, for. Thank you for dropping in, and thank you for watching my videos. A subscriber from someone like you is just huge. It's just really nice to be noticed, I guess, by some of the other YouTubers. You know, I've kind of, I don't know how I felt about. Do you guys know of the, like, it's called imposter syndrome? It's like when you're doing something and you're not sure, you feel like it's you that should be doing it. And I think I felt like sometimes imposter syndrome with the Blood Angels Commander channel, and that like I amn't the biggest lore guy, you guys know that, and sometimes I think to myself like you know, I don't know, it's just very nice to have someone with 131,000 subscribers. You're killing it, dude. Well done, congratulations. 100,000 is insane. But yeah, maybe one day we'll be down your end of England and we can hook up for a game or something. Man, I need to also throw a shout out to 2 of the community members that sent me these beak heads, because I fucking hate painting faces. I will not lie, painting faces is like the worst thing ever. I hate it. I'm not good at it. And I came on a stream and said I really want some more beak helmets, so I can do all 15 of my incursors with beak helmets. And 2 community members stepped up. One guy sent me 7 beak helmets, one guy sent me 5, and it means that all my incursors now are rocking like the old school beak helmets. And the people that sent me them know who they are, obviously. But I'm super appreciative of it, because I think the beak helmets look cool in the Primaris. I really do. I really think that Primaris could have beak helmets. I don't know why they don't. Probably the same reason they don't have weapon options, right? I'm gonna have to do a couple of coats of the yellow, but it's fine. I'm not worried about it. Take care, Voldemort. Thank you so much for dropping in. I really appreciate it. If anyone wants to subscribe to a really cool lore channel, you can check out Voldemort's Guide to Warhammer. He does lore videos fairly regularly. They are very in-depth, and they're also very relaxing to watch. I'm honoured that you dropped past, dude, honestly. I hope you have a great new year. Cheers. And yeah, hopefully 2022 really is the end of this pandemic nonsense. I don't know how many years it can go on for, but like, I think if we'd sat a year ago and said like we'd still be dealing with a pandemic a year from now, everybody would have been like, oh, for fuck's sake, can this just be over? Because yeah, it's an actual nightmare. I don't know. Like, if you're in the UK a year ago or a year and a half ago, they said like, oh, we're gonna do what we call like a, what do they call it? Like a circuit breaker lockdown. We're gonna close everything for 2 weeks, and then the pandemic will sort of be ended, and then 18 months later, we're still like, oh Jesus, we're still dealing with this BS. He is the voice of Warhammer lore. He very is. Jeff just subscribed over to Voldemort. Thank you, Jeff. I mean, I always feel like when I ask people to subscribe to other channels, like it feels like, you know, you subscribe to what the hell you want to, obviously, because it's your life and you decide if you're interested or not. But, you know, lore channels kind of got hit kind of hard this year with all that nonsense with Games Workshop, like deciding that certain lore channels weren't allowed to exist anymore and stuff. And I changed my channel name this year from Blood Angels Commander to BA Commander because I didn't want any reason for Games Workshop to come in and want to shut my channel down, you know? So I removed Blood Angels from the name of the channel because I thought, like, I did try and research it and see if Blood Angels was copyrighted, but like when you start Googling that stuff, it's really difficult to find information. So I just thought, better safe than sorry. I removed Blood Angels from the name of the channel and just became the BA Commander. So I mean, I don't, if it is copyrighted and I couldn't have a channel, I don't want to be, I don't want to be fucking with their trademarks or anything like that, obviously. So I'm just the BA Commander now, but you know, lore channels kind of got, well, Warhammer TV are doing their own lore channel now, right? Lore Masters, I believe. So some of these other channels are it's kind of tough, I guess. And if you'd put in the effort to get 131,000 subscribers, I mean, I've been doing this for like 2 years now coming up, and I've got 8,000 subscribers. So if you put in the effort to get to 131,000 subscribers and they're saying like, maybe you can't have your channel anymore because the content you're doing, you know, we've decided we want to do that content, like, that's so rough. So I changed my channel name to be safe, and I don't think Games Workshop are ever going to do the sort of content that I do, which is fine, but still, like, I find that I would find that a very hard pill to swallow. You know, like, if someone came along to me now with my 8,000 subscribers and said to me, John, you can't have your channel anymore, I'd be like, holy shit, do you know how hard I worked on this to get to 8,000? And he's got 100,000, you know? It's just nuts. It's a specific faction name in the small print of all their books and stuff. Yeah, exactly. So Blood Angels, I think rather, just to be safe rather than sorry, James, I just renamed the channel. I didn't want to piss anyone off. I didn't want to make it ambiguous or anything like that. And some of you guys probably don't know that, but for my day job, I actually work with Games Workshop. And I have a really, really healthy relationship with them with my day job, so it just felt like, you know, it's like, I love the channel, I love doing Blood Angels content. I'm obviously going to continue to do Blood Angels content because Blood Angels are my main army and I love them. And we have a live game coming up on Monday, but yeah, I just didn't want to, risk anything, so I thought probably best to just change the name of the channel. You know, nobody asked me to change it, but I probably didn't think it through when I started the channel. Like, Blood Angels Commander, you know, I command Blood Angels. It's very simple. It's almost like that Ron Seal, what you see on the tin is what you get, right? But yeah, I think BA Commander is cool as well. I like it. Mark, good luck with the in-laws in 9 hours. I feel like you should have another beer before you go off, though. Yeah, you're probably right. Exactly, Jeff. That's why I changed it. And I changed my logo as well. I don't know if you... I'm sure you guys noticed. I changed my logo from, like, the helmeted Space Marine to sort of, like, an unhelmeted Blood Angel, or an unhelmeted version of me. And again, it was just... No one asked me to change my logo or my helmet or anything like that. And obviously I paid to have my logo done, right? Like, I'm not an artist, so I paid to have it done. And then I paid to have it done a second time round because I wanted to change it. But yeah, I didn't want to be stepping on anyone's feet, I guess. And I think that was probably the right thing to do. I don't really think I've talked about it. I just sort of silently changed it. But yeah. I feel like I've worked pretty hard to get to 8,000 subscribers. I don't want to lose it. Yeah. About to tee off on New Year's Partners Tournament. I think we'll be paired with Death Guard. I kill, they kill, lol, says Jeremy. Good luck in your New Year's Partner Tournament. That sounds awesome. I hope you're having some drinks at that tournament. What time of day is it, Jeremy, for you? I saw a few people talk about having a tournament on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve, and I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. Maybe I need to tell our tournament organizers to have a tournament on New Year's Eve and maybe stream a game or something. It's 6 p.m. here in the US. Yeah, I think you're right, Reziel. They probably wouldn't have cared that I had Blood Angels in the name, but I think it's just safer not to have it, right? And I mean, you know, they do have products and they sell products, and I'm not affiliated with them anyway on this channel, so I thought it was just best to change it. I didn't, like I said, I didn't want to step on anyone's feet. I'm just being honest, I guess. I might grab another beer, actually. I might be painting for a little while yet. I'm enjoying myself tonight. I've not drunk in fucking ages, I swear. Yeah, because so my wife was in the hospital for like 2 weeks, and yeah, I think she was in hospital from the 7th of December till the 24th. So it's a little bit over 2 weeks, and like some people said to me, like, are you having a beer to try and like take the edge off? And I was like, do you know what? I've got the 2-year-old and I'm on my own. And like I could have a beer, right? Like you guys know, if you have one beer, like could you still look after a 2-year-old if you'd had a beer? Yeah, of course you could. You could probably still look after a 2-year-old if you had 5 or 6 beers. But I sort of said to my friends, I was like, do you know what? I'm just not having anything because it just feels like... It's hard to explain, but like you're caring for another human being totally on your own. That other human being's life totally relies on you being able to look after them. So I just sort of said to my friends, like, yeah, do you know what? I'm just not drinking while I've got the 2-year-old on my own. Even though, like, everything was very stressful with my wife being in intensive care and the baby being in intensive care and them both needing surgery and stuff. And I was like, do you know what? I'm just not going to drink. Because, you know, I'm responsible for another human being's life and that other human being is very important to me. So I just hadn't drunken forever. So now that my wife's home and she's looking after both kids, I'm like, yeah, drinking. Davy Pikey is still drinking. That's how you do it, Davy Pikey. Do you know what? I had this, like, so it's completely outside my niche. John, did you see I posted a Cheers photo in your Discord? I got the fat face pic. I haven't looked at Discord since I came on stream, and the only reason I haven't looked at it since I came on stream is because if I look at it while I'm streaming, you hear all the like pings, you know, like ping, ping, ping. Which room do you post it in? The members only. All websites are loading like really slow for me tonight. I'm not sure if it's like everybody's on the internet because of the pandemic in 2020 or what. Discord's taking like an hour to load. I also want to say a big shout out to yeah, Discord is literally not loading at the moment. But yeah, my son got some orc vehicles for Christmas. Now he wants to throw them at my sad yellow boys. The board is set up, so we'll probably start later on tonight. Well, good luck, Jeff. Orc vehicles are balanced? I've played against a lot of orc vehicles and I'm not sure balanced is the word that I would use for them. Yeah, Discord is literally just spinning on the, you know, when you log into Discord. I have this fucking giant whiskey I poured. I have no idea why I poured so much whiskey, but oh. Do you know what? I have 150 megabit internet, which is actually like, and I have fiber straight to my house, so it's actually like really legit normally, but I guess on New Year's everybody's using the internet. I'm bringing the Land Raider Achilles. Nice. Not many people can fill the Land Raider Achilles, you know that? John, I'm just really glad I got yellow on these infiltrator heads, because these guys have been sitting on my desk now for so long, and I was like, I really want to I really just want to get their yellow heads done. If nothing else about them, I just want their heads to be yellow. I'm gonna have to tidy up around their heads for sure, because I got yellow paint everywhere. You don't want it, but why would you not like a really bright marine with a bright yellow head? It's brilliant. What yellow are you using? Averland Sunset. this not the standard Blood Angels red? Yellow? Happy Hogmanay says Noxilthol. Noxilthol? I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, but I use Averland Sunset for all my yellow helmets. I think it works really well with like Carabor Crimson or Reichland Fleshshade over the top of it as like a wash. But I guess this Averland Sunset, if it's quite watered down, you might need probably going to need 3 coats of this. But I mean, it was sprayed red, so you can kind of expect to need a couple of coats because it was sprayed red. Averland is mustardy goodness. Do you know what? It is mustardy goodness. Who doesn't like some bright yellow mustard? Of course. What was this yellow even used to be called? You know, in the old paint schemes before they renamed all the paints? Because I don't remember what this yellow used to be called. But yeah, I think 3 coats is probably going to need to be a must. I'm using AP Demonic Yellow. AP, what do you mean by AP? Is that a brand? Oh, Army Painter, of course. Averland ends up looking closer to a mustard yellow. I like mine a bit brighter. Yeah, that's fair enough. Scotty Curtis says Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Scotty. Thanks for jumping in. I mixed yellow and ink to mine to make it a little bit brighter. That's fair enough. Averland makes yellow easy. Yeah, I mean, I find Averland fine. Just 2 or 3 coats, I guess, and it's pretty decent. Well, that was a nice beer. 5.6%. We ain't fucking around here. From Edinburgh. Do you know what? A lot of people from America called it Edinburgh, which I guess is kind of how you pronounce it, Edinburgh. But trust me, if you ever visit Scotland, you say this as Edinburgh. I don't know why you say borough, but that is how you say it. Edinburgh means that you're a tourist and you are not from Scotland. Edinburgh is Edinburgh. No idea why. Because when you read it, it pronounces Berg, doesn't it? I've seen a few people on YouTube being like, hey, we're going to visit Edinburgh. And I was like, literally no one calls it that. But just so you know, if you ever visit Scotland, Edinburgh, or Edinburgh, this is how you're supposed to say it, is where the big castle is. And the castle in Edinburgh is actually pretty legit. Like it's kind of like a castle from like the 1500s, and it's preserved really well, and it's where the royal family of Scotland lived for a good number of years. So if you ever visit Scotland, you're probably going to visit Edinburgh. It is our capital. It is worth visiting if you've not, if you've never been here before. If anyone wants tourist recommendations for Scotland, please hit me up. Jeff is back. Good evening. How are you doing, Jeff? Actually, you never left. Why am I saying hello to you? Why are you saying hey, Jeff? You're just trolling me now. Like, hey, yeah, hey, how you doing, Jeff? Sean Connery, rest his soul, had some old school photo shoots in Edinburgh when he was young. Stuff like that is crazy perspective, pretty blue collar. Do you know what? I love Sean Connery, but like his Scottish accent is kind of a weird one, because I don't know that many Scottish people that speak like Sean Connery, you know that? Because he sort of speaks like almost like the phrase that always, if I think of Sean Connery, I always remember the phrase when he was like saying "Good evening, Miss Moneypenny," right? Moneypenny was like what, the assistant to James Bond, like. M was the boss of like the intelligence agency, right? But Moneypenny was kind of like the go-to secretary and he was always like, "Good evening, Miss Moneypenny," and he had this like, "Moneypenny, good evening, good evening," and it was kind of like this sort of like deeper accent. It's weird. I don't know if Sean Connery has a typical Scottish accent, honestly, because like I don't know any other Scots person that speaks like Sean Connery spoke. He almost like spoke like strange. He almost spoke like in like good evening. Very strange. I mean, obviously he did. A lot of people think he's the best James Bond for whatever reason. Who's going to be the next James Bond? Do you think it's going to be Daniel Craig? Sorry, no. Do you think it's going to be Henry Cavill? Daniel Craig was the current James Bond. Is Henry Cavill going to be the next James Bond? And then is he going to voice someone in the Warhammer universe, I guess is the question. Moneypenny doing Pierce Brosnan earring was yes. Do you know what I loved the most about the Pierce Brosnan era was that GoldenEye piece, N64 game for the GoldenEye. That was where it was at with Pierce Brosnan. The soundtrack for that game, it was like 20 years ahead of its time. I always thought of a Scottish accent from the various characteristics in Trainspotting. Do you know what? Trainspotting is more realistic. Ewan McGregor does do a pretty good Scottish accent. I mean, he is Scottish. Those new Star Trek movies with what's his name? The guy. Sean Penn? No. Is it Sean Penn? No, it's not Sean Penn. Simon Pegg, that's the one. Simon Pegg isn't Scottish, and they got him to play Scotty in those new Star Trek movies. I'm always a bit weird when they get someone who's not Scottish to play a Scottish character. And that was the thing with the original Highlander movie, right? They got Christopher Lambert, who was French, to play the Scottish character, and they got Sean Connery, who was Scottish, to play like a Spaniard. Like I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that idea, but maybe they thought Sean Connery could teach Christopher Lambert to speak Scottish. And that's the weird thing. So Henry Cavill, who is like our champion, Henry Cavill, who is like a Warhammer champion now, right? Brosnan was my generation's Bond. GoldenEye is a legit classic. The rest of the films had increasingly poor scripts. Do you know what? I will agree with GoldenEye being a classic. For me, Roger Moore was Bond, because the first Bond movie I ever saw was Moonraker, and it had like Jaws in it, and I fucking loved it. And they're lasers. But Roger Moore was Bond for me. But yeah, GoldenEye, I actually love GoldenEye. It was a great movie, and the video game for GoldenEye was brilliant. But yeah, so Henry Cavill is going to be Highlander now. And again, it's like an Englishman cast as a Scotsman, and I am from the Highlands of Scotland, and the reason that I know that is every single time I try and order anything online, they try and charge me extra because they're like, oh, you're in the Highlands of Scotland, we're going to charge you £10 extra for delivery. And that's true even from like Element games. If I try and order something from Element Games, they try and put more. It costs more because we're in the Highlands of Scotland. So Henry Cavill is going to be like representing the Highlands of Scotland, and yeah, I really want to play Henry Cavill at 40k. I think I kicked the shit out of him. He plays Custodes? Yeah, I know he plays Custodes. Jaws is the shit. Do you know what? I read something recently because I never knew too much about Jaws, but if you go onto Wikipedia and read about Jaws, because I just saw the new Bond movie, like A No Time to Die, and I know it was full like Spectre unit, Spectre people, so I was half expecting to see Jaws in it. And did you know the guy that played Jaws, the metal teeth that they made for him, he could only wear them for like 1 minute at a time because they hurt so badly? I was like, wow, they don't make movies like they used to, right? Like, this guy's got to wear, he's actually got to wear metal teeth. No CGI here. He's got to wear metal teeth, and they hurt so bad that like he can only wear them for a minute at a time. Okay, so you segued to Highlander. Did you watch the TV series? I was always trying to puzzle out Duncan MacLeod's accent. It's like Scottish plus everything. So I think the guy that was Duncan MacLeod, the last Bond film was damn sad. Yes, Martin, the last Bond film was damn sad. I didn't realise, because I googled it afterwards, I don't know if they've ever killed Bond before. I think that was the first movie they killed Bond. And when the movie finished, I was like, oh my god, did they actually kill Bond? But yeah, I enjoyed Highlander TV series as well. And there was a movie tie-in, like I think it was called Highlander Endgame or something, that had Duncan and Christopher Lambert back as like the original Highlander. Here's a question for you though, and I don't know the answer. Adrian Paul that played Highlander in the TV series, he wasn't Scottish, right? Because like, or was he American doing a Scottish accent? I mean, the Scottish accent is really strange, right? Because like, it's really hard for me as like a native Scot to even talk about it, because like, if I'm talking to someone that I know has a really broad Scottish accent, it's almost like my brain starts speaking that way without me really knowing, and I'll say words that maybe I wouldn't say in a normal sentence, if that makes sense. So it's like, whereas like if I was just speaking to you guys on YouTube, Bonani from Paris with Love. From Russia was Love with the Bond film, but from Paris, do you know what? Paris is a great city. I was in Paris a couple of years ago. I like Paris. M. Nightingale, thank you so much for being here. Good evening. Happy New Year in Paris. It might be happening. You might be in the New Year already, or are you going the New Year in 7 minutes? I only knew that he played 40k. I could have tried to get him for a game when he was filming his first Superman movie. I was not far from him and a new guy working on the set. You should have got him for a game, man. I would do anything to play Henry Cavill on my channel. Imagine how many viewers that would get. I'd almost be tempted to fly Henry Cavill up to where I played just to give him a game, because how many viewers would it get? Martin says, I couldn't believe Bond was killed. Well, that's a spoiler for the movie. Yeah, I actually couldn't believe Bond was killed as well, because I don't think he's died in any other movie ever, right? I think it was the first movie they ever actually killed Bond. And it was a very sad movie, but it was a good movie. It was a good movie. I kind of like Daniel Craig as Bond. I would give it like an 8 out of 10. It was it was enjoyable. I'm gonna get another beer in a minute. I'm gonna keep streaming. I mean, I'm tired, but I'm fine to stream for a bit more. I'm having a great time tonight. You guys have made this stream very entertaining, or very enjoyable. I was gonna say, I don't feel tired enough to need to go to bed yet. I don't know. I'm gonna have to dig deep into the barrel of beer downstairs. But do you know what? We're gonna get another whiskey as well because I've been enjoying this whiskey. We're gonna get something decent. Henry Cavill is class. I actually really enjoyed. So I don't know if you guys remember, like, you know, the Justice League movie that came out that was like, what was it? Was it called? No, it wasn't called Dawn of Justice. I think that was Batman, Superman was Dawn of Justice. They released like the Snyder cut of Justice League, and I bought it on 4K because I have a 4K telly, so I need to sort of occasionally buy a 4K movie to sort of show that like there's a reason that I have this 4K telly, because occasionally I'll buy a 4K movie. And I bought the Dawn of Justice movie, or whatever it was called. I think it was called the Snyder Cut 4K. And if you've not seen the Snyder Cut 4K, then I would really recommend it. I would say that the Snyder Cut 4K is as good as any of the Marvel Avengers movies of recent years, I guess, or, you know, Marvel's Avengers movies have kind of been like, what have they been? They've kind of been the creme de la creme, like all those Avenger movies, the Guardian of the Galaxy movies. If you can match those on a term of quality and excitement, then you have a good movie. And the Snyder cut of the DC movies was actually really, really good. Like really, really good. The Snyder cut. I mean, the problem with it, I guess, was it's like 4 hours long. So I guess they had to cut the shit out of it to make it work in the cinema, and because they cut the shit out of it, it didn't work. You know, like they lost too much of the core of the movie, or whatever you want to call it. But like if you bought that on home video and you were willing to watch it in multiple parts, I guess they should have just done what they did with Avengers, right? Avengers was too long, so they made it like Avengers. I'm not the hugest Marvel fan, but like the Avengers movies was too. It was like Infinity War and Endgame. I think I nailed that. So if they'd done the same with the DC movies, I think they could have been huge. The Snyder cut of that DC movie was really, really good. You're right, Werty. It was a singular vision. It was the Snyder cut was really, really good, and after I watched the Snyder cut, I turned around to my wife and said, do you know what? If they made more movies like this, I would watch all of them. I would say this is on the par of like Avengers. You know, like it was just as good. But for whatever reason, they tried to cut it into one movie and filled the cinema, and it just didn't work. And it's kind of sad because the Snyder cut was legitimately good. I don't know what else you say to that, except like whatever they tried didn't work. But yeah, so Henry Cavill unfortunately played Superman. I guess maybe you could look at it fortunately or unfortunately, I guess. But regardless, the Snyder Cut was a kick-ass movie. If you've not seen the Snyder Cut, and if you watched Dawn of Justice, what was that movie? I think the movie was called Justice League, right? So if you watched Justice League at the cinema and thought this was an okay movie but didn't really like it or didn't really follow it, which I think was what I did, and then you bought the Snyder Cut for home video or whatever, and you thought, holy shit, this is actually really good, then if you haven't seen the Snyder Cut, I totally recommend it. And I think it took us 2 or 3 sittings to watch the whole thing, because it was like 4 hours, and we have a 2-year-old, so we never get 4 hours of unviewing potential for anything. But yeah, my Davey Pikey, how many gins is this? I love it. Do you know what? I'm going to drink this whiskey because of you, Dave Pikey. And then I'm gonna go crack open a more serious. I'm gonna get another beer. I'm gonna crack open another serious bottle. Happy New Year, you fucking legend, says Mikey. Mikey Creed. I have named my son Michael. Not after you, unfortunately, but I am calling him Mikey, and my little daughter calls him Baby Mikey, which is super cute. My dad was called Michael, and unfortunately, my dad got pancreatic cancer, was what he got, and You hear about horror stories with cancer. Well, my dad fucking had a horror story. He got 3 months. They told him he had 6 months to live. He got 3 months. And that's fucking brutal. To be fairly healthy, have a bit of stomach pain, go to the hospital and get told you've got 6 months to live. And hopefully as time goes on, human race gets better at dealing with cancer. But that's what I went through with my dad. And people have asked me before why I fell out of the hobby. And the reason I fell out of the hobby was because of my dad. I went from... My dad used to take me to... I didn't drive. My dad drove. He used to take me to all my Warhammer games. He would pick me up. I'd have all my models in a box. He would drive me to where the fuck I needed to go. He would drive me home. He was such a good father. Wouldn't have a wrong word to say about him. And he got told he had 6 months to live. He actually got like 3.5 months. It's fucking brutal cancer. It's literally the worst thing. At some point I'll probably do I'll do a stream, or I'll do some sort of event on this channel now that I have a bunch of followers, and we'll raise money for cancer research or something, because it's the worst fucking thing. And the reason that I fell out of the hobby, and I haven't spoke about this much, is because after Dad passed away, I didn't want to see fucking anybody. I just wasn't in a good mental state, and I kept myself to myself for, it was like 4 or 5 years. I just didn't know how to deal with things. Like, my dad was such an important character in... Cheers to my dad, Scotty, I appreciate that, thank you so much. And it makes me scared for my daughter, like, I need to make sure that I'm but with cancer, there's fucking nothing you can do. It's so scary. But yeah, so the reason I fell out of the hobby for like 8-9 years was because for 5 of those years, I was just in my own little fucking bubble where, like, I just didn't want to see anyone. I didn't know how to deal with things, man. The wife is drinking now too, says Dave Pikey. Fucking legend. Cheers, Dave Pikey. If I ever end up in Las Vegas, we better be meeting at a casino for a drink. I swear, brother. Pancreatic is the worst. My brother's father got it as well. Yeah, it's so bad. So my father's name was Robert Michael, and I've named my son Michael Robert. And do you know what? My father's father had the same cancer as well. So it's like, this is why, like, I am always doing exercise. I don't know if it's worth it. Like, exercise can mean fuck all in the grand scheme of things, but like, I exercise every week religiously. And my dad had cancer, his dad had cancer, so who knows? I mean, both of them smoked a lot more than I smoke. I did smoke a bit when I was younger, but who knows? Cancer is such a fucking bastard, man. And like, if anyone's ever donated money to cancer research, or I will actually do a stream at some point. I thought about it a couple of times actually, that I would like to raise money for some sort of charity, be it cancer related, or like where I am right now, I guess, like the children's hospital. Like, I guess 20 years ago, my son probably wouldn't have survived, right? The modern medicine is so amazing now. My son was born without a bit of his intestine, and they basically, what they do is they go in with keyhole surgery. They have a look around. They realize they thought there was a bit of intestine missing, and they stitch the two bits of intestine together and they fix it. And that's what happened with my son. And I'll either raise money for like that children's hospital, because without them, like, I wouldn't have a son, or I'll raise money for cancer research, because too many people die of cancer and it's such a bitch. And the fact that someone like super healthy can get told they have 3 months, 6 months to live, it's just the worst, man. I lost my dad in 2017 and I'm just now getting out of the lows, and you know what, painting minis and gaming is a great help. do you know what? The end, I'm so happy that you're getting out of it. For me, it took me a lot longer. Everyone deals with it their own way, and I don't even know how you say it, but like, it's just, cancer is just the worst. The only good thing about cancer is that you know, like if someone get hit by a bus, then the next, you have no forewarning. At least with cancer, you have a little bit of forewarning, so you can say some things maybe that needed to be said. But honestly, it's just the worst because it's so quick and it's so indiscriminate. Like, I have some relatives that smoke 20 cigarettes a day every day for 20 years, and they're absolutely fine. And you have other relatives that have done nothing like that and they get cancer. So it's just the worst, and it's so indiscriminate. And honestly, I really struggled to deal with it myself. So if anyone ever wants to talk about that shit to me, you can message me on Discord. I've had a few people message me on Discord anyway, just to chat about Blood Angel stuff or share an army list or something. If anyone ever is in a tough spot, mental health wise, and you want to talk about anything at all, mental health wise, please just shoot me a message, because I will listen. I am here for people, regardless how tough it gets. And that's not bullshit, that's just because I've been through some tough shit myself, and just having someone that says to you, you know what, no problem, I get that you're going through tough shit, I would like to talk about it. It's sometimes that's worth its weight in gold, man. So yeah, I'm here. I mean, I won't have answers. Like, no one will have answers when shit like that happens. But if anyone ever needs to talk about anything, please know this is a safe space, and that's how I feel about it. Take care, Mikey. Thank you so much for dropping in. The missus is asleep with the two babies tonight, Arc Royale, a 0-year-old and a 2-year-old. And do you know what? My missus is very good. She understands that YouTube is kind of like a second job for me. And if I want to, it's a second job. Look at me, I'm getting absolutely smashed and talking about anything. So yeah, my uncle got it in his lungs and passed a year ago. I guess it's a silver lining that everyone in the family quit smoking after that. Yeah, I mean, cancer is just so tough, man. No, man, it's the end. You're absolutely fine sharing. Life's tough, man. Life is very tough. Arc Royal says, my dad passed very suddenly in 2016 from sepsis. Alive in January, gone in February. I never got to speak to him properly. I still kick myself for not seeing him much beforehand. Yeah, well, do you know what? When my dad passed, my brother was living 300 miles away. I think he got to see him like once in the 3 months. And because I was living, just like 5 miles away, I saw him like almost every day. I actually remember seeing my dad one point, and he said to me, like, why are you visiting me every day? I said, because I care about you, because I want to see you. And my dad actually said to me, like, just go on and live your life, like, forget about me. And I was like, I can't do that. So it is, in some ways it is the way of the parents to rescind the children, and children are a great gift, but life can be hard, man. And I haven't spoke before about why I dropped out of this hobby for 9 years, but that was pretty much it. So probably like 2 or 3 years. And we talked about marijuana earlier in this stream. For 2 or 3 years, all I did was just smoke marijuana every day and try and forget about the pain that I was going through, because I felt like I think my dad died when he was like 50. He was in his 50s. He wasn't 60. So I smoked marijuana every day for like 2 years to try and forget about the pain. And then once I sort of got out of that phase, I still was sort of like a recluse for a long period of time, because like there was a lot of emotions and a lot of hurt there. And yeah, it's fucked up, man. Cancer is like the worst thing ever. So yeah, I try and exercise all the time, but I mean, like, in the grand scheme of things, I don't know if it makes any difference. Probably makes no difference. If cancer's going to get you, it's going to get you. But like I said, yeah, I haven't spoken about that before, about why I dropped out the hobby. You know, some people have asked. I haven't really spoke about it. It's a tough one, man, because I love this hobby, and I probably wouldn't have ever left it if my father hadn't passed away, because he was like kind of integral to my hobby. You know, he was always very supportive of it. He always thought it was a cool thing to do, and my dad was a maths teacher, which is kind of the fun thing. So like a lot of the videos that I do about maths and stuff, I wouldn't be good at maths if it was for my dad. So yeah, substance abuse only prolongs the pain. Yeah, I mean, exactly. You're 100% right. But on saying that, I am going to have another beer because it is New Year's night, and so I think this is a good time to say, grab another beer. I will be here for about another hour. We'll do a little bit more painting. And I appreciate you guys hanging out. I really do. Let me find another beer. Good evening, I am back. I'm here to watch Bad Angels Commanders get smashed, says Benno. Good evening, Benno. I am well on the way to being smashed. Tell me, is Valrak streaming tonight? Has anyone tuned in? Is he streaming? Let me see if Valrak. He's not live tonight? How disappointing. How disappointing. I was hoping some other big YouTubers might be live tonight. We could have a chat with them. Anyway, I am back. Happy New Year, says Dave Pikey with another gin. You don't need to stay on longer on our account. A lot of us have lots to do in different time zones. Yeah, I'm not really ready to go to bed, to be honest. He was on earlier. Tonight was supposed to be my Fellblade assembly. I have got 2 more drinks then. I'm gonna have these drinks and then I'm gonna head off. This is Brave Hop. 6% IPA. We're taking it up a notch. Marmalade and pine aroma. I thought that said fine aroma. And caramel and apricot flavors and a bittersweet finish. Unfiltered for maximum flavor. I just had a shot of Rumpelstiltskin first alcohol in about a year, says Jeff. Nice. Oh, this one's got a little bit of fizz to it, but I think we're good. Trying to put the little guy to sleep, says James. 6% beer, that's not fucking around, is it? That's when you know you're ready for some serious shit, 6% beer. But no, I'm ready for some serious shit. And the reason I know I'm ready is because we're moving up in the world. We are gonna go on to the Highland Scotch Glenfarclas single malt whiskey aged 25 years. I could probably make a funny joke about 25 years is how old I like my woman, but I mean I'm 38, so it's probably a bit of a long shot. But there's a joke in there, honestly. Major Kill said he would be in about 3 hours. Yeah, I'm not going to be here in 3 hours. I'm going to be literally passed out in a coma. Ever had Everclear is a drink you can use as paint thinner. Paint thinner. No, I've not had a drink you can use as paint thinner. But here is a 25-year-old Scotch. How does this look? Does this look decent? 25-year-old single malt. I got a good deal on this bottle, or I probably wouldn't have bought it, to be honest. We got about a third left. It's alright. It's alright. My buddy Carl showed up at my house. He plays Grey Knights and Necrons, and he just got over the Rona. Send him home. Tell him Grey Knights. What the hell? Moonshine was big 10 years ago. The strongest, foulest thing I ever drank was straw rum in South Africa. Wow. Okay. Well, this is 25-year-old Scotch. What you're supposed to do with Scotch of this age, you're supposed to smell it. I ran out of beer, switched to wine, the headache will be real. Reziel, I need to... Where are you... What part of the world are you in, Reziel? I need to visit you with... I need to bring you some real Scotch. Oh. The Glenfarclas 25 is just... Yeah, it's nice AF. Whoa. Try not to knock the camera. Alright, let's do these yellow helmets. I'm always confused when they talk about 95% proof alcohol. So what does that actually mean, right? Because, like, if you drink 100% alcohol, I believe there's a chance you can go blind, right? That's where the phrase blind drunk came from, is because people would actually drink 100% alcohol and then they would go blind. So how does 95... Because proof is always a confusing one, because, like... Yeah, I guess I'm just confused by what you mean by proof, I guess. Someone said... Reziel says, I can't hang with people in terms of drinks, but you're doing well for being rusty. Reziel, you should have seen me back in the day, holy shit. Because when I was much younger, like let's say 18, 19, 20, we used to play a game called like I don't actually think the game had a name, but the deal of the game was, right, you used to put money on it. So let's say like $10. So I guess $10 back 10 years ago would have been about $20 US. So I would bet you $20 US, and the deal was you had to drink an entire bottle of spirits. So like an entire bottle of Jack Daniels or an entire bottle of vodka, or I mean you could drink whiskey if you wanted, but you had to drink the entire bottle, and then you had to get into a club or a pub or a bar, you know, because all these clubs and pubs and bars had like doormen on it. They would decide if you were too drunk, and if you were too drunk you weren't allowed in, right? So you had to drink the entire bottle and you had to get in. And basically the idea was that you would decide like a bar, let's say like, so we pick a bar, right? So you and your friends like pick a bar, like this is the bar we want to go to tonight, right? So you both basically, or whoever's in the bet, I say both because it was usually one or two people, but whoever's in the bet has to drink an entire bottle of spirits to themselves and then get in, and the first person in wins all the money. And it was fucking carnage, I swear to you. It was one of the most fun, it was one of the most fun things, because if you drink an entire bottle of Jack Daniels, I mean, like, you are, like, if I drank an entire bottle of Jack Daniels, I would be fucking steaming. That's what they would say in Scotland. Like, they would say you're off your trolley, knackered, pissed off. Have you ever heard that? Off your trolley means just like so drunk, like you were fucking steaming. Also means like you're just flying, right? Like you've had so much alcohol, you are just flying. Nah, son, you're knackered, piss off. We did hear that, I'm sure we heard that. That's why proof in 11 states is made Everclear illegal, doing it to be almost pure alcohol. Yeah. I actually did my honeymoon in Florida back in 2017, and we had a great time. My father, when I was younger, actually used to have a house in, well, I say a house, it was a villa in Florida. And I love Florida. It's like, in some ways, it's kind of like a second home to me, because my family had that house there for like 10 years. Oh, excuse me. Get a bit burpy now. Definitely had a few drinks. Excuse me. We are drinking this 25-year-old malt though, so cheers. Yeah, do you know what? I love Florida. It's like a second home to me. I took my wife there on honeymoon. She'd never been before. We had a cracking time. I love Florida. The only thing that's weird for me, and maybe this isn't weird for you guys from America, but like, so in Britain we have literally no guns. Like we had a mass shooting like many years ago. I think it was like in the early 2000s we had this mass shooting, and it was actually in Scotland in a primary school, and like the government just went like, fuck it, we're gonna ban all the guns, which is probably not a bad idea, because I think since then we've had like 0 mass shootings in Scotland. But you know, you go to Florida or you go to America and you go to the airport and you get off the plane and you just see like the police like walking around with like the sort of guns you'd see in like Call of Duty or something, and it's fucking scary because we never see that in Scotland anymore. Like, you just don't see it. Like, the only guns our like the local police have is like tasers. Like, they literally have no guns. So it's so weird. It's just very weird, because like it's not something you would ever see here in Scotland, right? Go for it. Ian's of Battle belches as loud as he can in stream. Well, I've never really tried to belch on stream before, but like, I suppose I could. Thank you so much for watching tonight, guys. I hope you're having a great new year. I've had a very trying month. Like, December this year has been a very, very trying month for me. But I feel like we're kind of out of the nightmare that is like the emergency room and they call it the neonatal unit here in Scotland, but I guess it's like intensive care for kids. So we're kind of we're past all that. You know, everything is golden, and like I said, if anyone that watches this channel ever needs to speak about anything, regardless of how difficult it is, you know, you can message me. I reply to every message, both on the forums, the comments, and PMs in Discord. I've been through some tough times. I've had some great support that's helped me through. If anyone wants to ever talk, please just shoot me a message. I'm not always the quickest at replying, but I will reply. You can't get shotguns if you hunt in Scotland. So Steel Rain and Reziel are both in Florida. Well, I'd actually had a holiday booked to go to Florida, Reziel, in 2020, but because of COVID, it all got cancelled. But I've kind of kept the money in an account, so I will be going to Florida again soon. I suppose, like I said earlier in the stream, as soon as the pandemic and stuff feels safe and everything is sort of back to sort of sane levels, I'll probably end up in Florida. I love Florida, and it would be lovely to meet you guys. My granda had a rifle that it wasn't a shotgun, but it was kind of like a shotgun. And you remember in that Terminator movie, Benno, Terminator 2? You know when he's got the rifle that's like it's not a pump action shotgun, but like the rifle trigger like goes down or something. Like I said, guns are banned in Scotland, so I'm very unfamiliar with guns. But if you've watched Terminator 2, here's that rifle where you almost reload it by like pushing if you imagine where the trigger is, there's the metal underneath the trigger. You push that trigger down. Had a lever action. Was that what it's called? A lever action shotgun, says Frankie. So my granda had a lever action shotgun, which he used for hunting. And it really didn't get that much use, but well, I got fucking no use actually, because like I said, guns got banned in Scotland, and probably if he'd like taken it off the wall and actually put a cartridge in it, it would have had to be banned. But he had it on the wall for a long time, and it had that lever action. I literally know nothing about guns because they're totally banned here. Do you know what? Terminator 2 is still like the fucking greatest movie ever, is it not? Am I wrong in saying that? Is that not just the fucking greatest action movie ever? Like, you look at all the new action movies, do any of them fucking stand up against like Terminator 2? I don't know. I fucking love that movie. I've seen that movie so many times when I was a kid. Alright, we kind of got these yellow helmets sorted. Kind of. I'm sure that they need a little bit of work, but like there's like 10 yellow helmets. Look at this. I better put them into shot. Terminator 2 was the shit, says Werty. I bought Terminator 2 on Blu-ray because they did like a remaster of it like 3 or 4 years ago, Werty. And like I watched it on Blu-ray and I thought it was fucking brilliant. And then right after that, like I have a PlayStation 5 now. They've now done a 4K version of it, and I was saying to my wife, like, can I really justify buying the 4K version of Terminator 2? But that movie is fucking ageless, is it? It's one of the best movies of all time. What is he's like? He like stabs him with the finger. He's like, "Call for John. Call for John." Yeah, I love the grenade launcher. The sound effect on that grenade launcher when he's at the window, where it's like, plunk, plunk, and it's like casualties 0. Terminator 2 was a lever action shotgun. Terminator 2, Predator, Aliens are my science fiction holy trinity. Werty, we are on the same page. Terminator 2, I own Terminator 2 on Blu-ray, Aliens on Blu-ray, and Predator I bought on 4K, but honestly, it was a waste of money buying Predator in 4K because I guess the original was just not good enough. So like the 4K cut, like it just looks grainy when you look at it. Good evening, brother. Brothy, thank you so much for following. We haven't had many followers in the stream, but thank you, appreciate it. Happy New Year. Do you know what other 80s movies were really good, Werty? And I don't know if you've seen this. What about The Thing? Have you watched The Thing? Because that's a fucking brilliant 80s movie. Kurt Russell, The Thing. What other 80s movies were really good? Original Die Hard. That's got to be up there, right? Ho ho ho, I got a machine gun. Big Trouble in Little China was another one I wore out the video on. Yeah. Do you here's a question for you, Benno. The Thing is a classic. I love the ending of A Thing. Like, the ending is just the best. Okay, you guys that love the end, you love The Thing. Tell me what you thought of the ending. Was The Thing still alive on the ending, or was it just the two guys? What do you think? Escape from New York, that was a good one. I'm trying to think of other 80s action movies that were pure class, that were pure gold. I grew up in the 80s though, right? And it's like something about the time you grow up makes them feel better or something? I don't know what the word is. The ending for horror movies, it doesn't matter if anyone is the thing. What do you mean if anyone is the thing? Kurt Russell was human, the other guy was totally the thing, says Jim. Yeah, because you could there was something in that, wasn't there, where you could like see Kurt Russell's breath, but you couldn't see the other guy's breath or something. Man, I love the original Thing. I actually bought they made like a prequel to The Thing a few years after. I've got it on Blu-ray, I've just never got around to watching it. I love the ending of The Thing, says Werty. It's just, you don't know what exactly, Werty. You're exactly right. That was the brilliant thing about that ending, wasn't it? I watched it with my sister recently. It was the first time she had ever seen it, and at the end of the movie she was like, "Is that the end?" And I was like, "Yeah, but who's the thing?" And she's like, "I don't know." And I was like, and that's the fucking point. So good. Bloodsport is king. I've never seen Bloodsport, so who's in that? That must be an 80s movie I missed. I mean, that's the beauty of 80s movies, is when you find one that you missed, right? But yeah, the music and everything about the 80s stuff was just good, man. I don't know if other generations will appreciate it like we do, but I certainly appreciate it. Who's all watched all of Angels of Death then? Because I haven't seen all of it yet. I've never seen Bloodsport. I also liked Warriors as a masterpiece. I've never seen that either, Ahsoka. Good evening, Lordless Hijack. Tuning in. Happy New Year, you beautiful bastard. How are you? We've had a wild ride tonight, honestly. We've talked about anything and everything. We've painted probably less than I would like, but do you know what? In all my painting streams, I probably paint less than I would like. Lordless Hijack, you have been an avid supporter of this channel this year. You've been a member for many, many months. I just want to give you a shout out. Thank you so much. I have been doing my video editing on a piece of shit computer from like 2012. I think this computer is literally 10 years old almost. And I've been saving my channel money because you guys donate. Some of you guys are, some of you guys donate, some of you guys subscribe. I've been saving the channel money for like 6 months. And I'm going to buy a new computer, which is going to make video editing so much less painful. And also it's going to mean maybe I could like actually play a couple of like more modern 40k video games. I'm super excited. It's going to be a couple of months yet. But everyone that's supported the channel, thank you so much, because I have 2 kids, and kids are expensive, I guess, and my wife doesn't work because I think if she worked and tried to look after kids, she'd probably have a mental breakdown because it's fucking stressful to look after 2 kids, let alone do a job at the same time. So we're just on my income, I guess. So having this YouTube channel is hopefully going to let me get a new computer, which is going to make video editing so much better. And I just want to say thank you to everyone that supported. I see so many green names in the chat. Like literally the chat on YouTube is fucking 90% green names. And you guys blow me away. Like I cannot put into words how thankful I am that you guys have given me your support. It means so much. I don't know what makes me better than any other Blood Angels player. In fact, I don't think anything makes me better than any of your other Blood Angels players. I just think that I was the one that picked up the camera and decided to try and film stuff. And you guys decided that you wanted to support me, and it's so appreciated. It really is. And yeah, Voldemort fucking logged in tonight as well with his 131,000 subscribers. He said that he likes to watch my videos. How fucking cool is that? Welcome back, Burgosaurus. Cheers. Drink in hand. I don't know when the fuck I'm going to bed. This is like, I'm almost 2 hours past when I normally end my streams. And I've got a beer in one hand and a fucking 25-year-old malt in the other hand. Cheers. That's a smooth whiskey. John, you know Voldemort has a Blood Angels army, right? I did not know that. I still have this fucking weird bottle of Coca-Cola. Like, what is this? But yeah, I've got bottles of whiskey on this side of me. I've got bottles of whiskey on that side of me. I'm just putting some paint on some knives. Why not? Do you know what? I used to do a lot more painting when I only had 1 child. Having 2 children. I'm so happy. Ospec stole your idea. Do you know what? Ospec Tactics, I have had more subscribers since he gave me a shout out than I have had in like 3 months. So Ospec Tactics is a classy guy. I've actually spoke to Ospec Tactics during this pandemic and said to him, like, if you would like to come and visit and play a game of 40k, I'll pay for your flight and we'll play a game and you can put it on your channel or it'll go on my channel. And he kind of seemed up for it. So like, we might be able to get a game against Ospec Tactics on this channel at some point. he seemed like a really, what do I say, like just a really friendly person. And he gave me a shout out. You're absolutely right. He gave me a shout out. And do you know what? If someone with 100,000 subscribers wants to give me a shout out, in some ways it was kind of mad because like after he gave me the shout out, like the YouTube analytics showed me like I got more subscribers than I have on a single day for like 6 months, which in some ways is like kind of sad because I was like, wow, I spent all these time making these videos and Audiobook Tactics gives me a shout out and I get more subscribers than all the effort I've put in to make my videos. But yeah, you know, Audiobook Tactics he's a very cool guy, and you know, like very, 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 very nice of him to give me a shout out. Like he basically got me 100 new subscribers, which you know, they could have been subscribers to his channel, I suppose. I don't know. I can't appreciate him enough. I would love to get a game against him some point. Maybe we can get it on the channel, maybe it could be on his channel. It wouldn't really matter to me, but yeah, very friendly, very selfless guy. And I think his entire job now is YouTube, right? I don't think he does a day job anymore. I think he just makes YouTube videos. So if your day job is entirely YouTube videos and you shout out another creator, like, you know, big props to you, man, because that's his livelihood. He's putting on the line to shout out another creator. Like, I like Audiobook Tactics. I've watched hundreds of his videos. If you're not subscribed to Audiobook Tactics, you know, you should be. He puts out videos about every single new release, every single day. And, you know, he does more content than I could ever dream of. So you should be subscribed to Audiobook Tactics. Where you're very generous, man. You're. I think if someone. Where are you from, Werty, by the way? But I think someone like you would be like, if someone had a friend like you, Werty, they'd be very lucky because you seem like a very chilled guy. Chicago. Oh, right on. I've been to Chicago once. For like an hour. I was on a plane that stopped in Chicago for an hour while they refueled it. I've always kind of wanted to go to Chicago. I would love to take my wife to a few more places in America, but you know, America, if you live in the UK, it costs a lot of money to get to America. I would love to come to Chicago sometime, so maybe sometime. But no, you seem like a really sound guy. Thank you so much for the support. The Duke has just logged in. Good evening, the Duke. And Miss James, you were here earlier, I think. You're back. Good evening, James. How you doing? Someone else from Chicago checking in. Cheers. I didn't know we had a couple of people from Chicago. Okay. Chicago Bulls, right? I actually know very little about Chicago. Very, very little. You got to see O'Hare then. Yes, that was at O'Hare Airport. I think we stopped in Chicago and we had to get like a transfer. So we probably walked from like one terminal to another. Jumping in and trying out to wrestle a 6-month-old to bed, says James. Yeah, about that. Kids, man. Do you know what? I'm so excited that I have a boy now, though, because as much as I had a girl before, but like, I think the one thing that I want to do maybe this is maybe a weird thing to say. If anything I say weirds you out tonight, please excuse me, because I speak from the heart. I really do. I feel like I speak from the heart. People, like my wife has told me I'm too honest at times. So probably when I'm drinking, I'm probably definitely too honest. But like, do you know what? I'm a huge fan of Stargate SG-1, and like, I know it's an old show, and I know probably people don't give a shit about it anymore, but the main character in SG-1 always used to say something where he always used to say, honesty is the best policy. And I don't care what situation you're in life, what's going on with you, what's going on with me, I do think just being honest, there's something about it, you know, like, honesty is the best policy. In almost every situation, if you're just honest, things just go easier. And I dig people that are honest, and I dig people that are legit. If you come to Chicago, I'd be happy to show you around. I'm in the Western Burbs. I've got 2 tables for gaming here. SG-1 is great. Rezio, SG-1 is the fucking bomb. I would do just about anything for another series of Stargate. You know that? And do you know what's funny is the first time I ever watched Stargate SG-1, I used to live with a flatmate because I was at university. And he was watching Stargate one night, and I went through to the living room and was like, what's on telly? And he's like, oh, I'm watching Stargate. And I was like, ugh, Stargate, what the fuck is this shit? And like, I watched like 1 episode of it, and I was like, okay, do you know what? This is actually not that bad. And yeah, I love SG-1, and I love the fact that the main character said that honesty is the best policy. And I really think that, like, in a time in like human development where like everything is clouded in BS, I just love people that are honest, man. Like, just be honest with me. Like, I'll give you so much respect if you're just honest. So yeah, I love it. I love honesty. I love it. I can't rate it higher. Honesty is great, but the phone shouldn't tell someone their life story in a first date. I mean, sure, you decide. Daniel Jackson or Jonas Quinn, says Rizio. It's going to be Jackson, right? Because Jonas Quinn was only in it for like 1 series. But I do love Jonas. Jaegerbomb finished up his Death Company Intercessors. Congratulations, Jaegerbomb. I'm so happy for you. I already spoke to you earlier tonight, Jaegerbomb. I have some really passionate supporters on this channel, and you guys are the shit, honestly. I never believed that I'd find the following that I found on YouTube, and some of you guys are amazing. And Jaegerbomb, you are one of the people that is amazing. I do really want to try Death Company Intercessors in an Impulsor at some point. I mean, I've got this Impulsor that I've been painting, so maybe we'll see it sooner rather than later. But Jonas did so much in 1 season. Do you like did you like Reziel, did you like Universe? What was your thoughts on Universe? Burgosaurus is going to be honest, he's painting Ultramarines right now. Well, do you know what? It's New Year's Eve, Burgosaurus. You get a pass. It's okay. I think that's super cool that 2 of you guys are from Chicago and you're maybe going to hook up and maybe play a game or something. If I'm ever in Chicago, you guys will have to meet me at the airport and take me to your local gaming center or whatever it is. I would love to do a road trip across America one time. You know, like visit various states and see various people and that sort of thing. That would be so cool. Just things are super difficult right now because I got a 2-year-old and I got a 0-year-old, so give me like 10 years and I would love to visit some of you guys. Like I said, I love America. My family used to have a house in America. Yeah, there's a lot of things I love about America. Haven't been as much as I used to be, but I mean, no one's been because of the COVID nonsense, right? My question is, where the fuck is Highland Phoenix? Because he would have usually been in by now. Someone got Highland Phoenix text message. Send him a message. Do I have Instagram, or have you got Instagram? No, I'm not an Instagram person. We still have freedom, and I'm sick of COVID, says Ahsoka. I'm so sick of COVID, especially having. So my son, who was just born, my son was not supposed to be here till the 6th. So, essentially my son, even now, he was born on the 7th of December, but he's not supposed to be here for another 6 days or something. So it's actually been a really difficult Christmas, because where's Mark Jackson? Good point, where is Mark? I had to say to both my family and my wife's family, like, no one can visit us for Christmas or no one can visit us for New Year because our son isn't even supposed to be here yet, and he's got young babies can basically have jaundice, which is like they create too many red blood cells and their liver can't deal with it and they need a bit of time. So that's where we are right now. So basically falling out with two sets of families by saying, like, for lack of a better reason, just basically like, fuck off, you can't visit us yet. And they've taken that a little bit personally, which is really difficult, man, because like COVID will flag your YouTube talk. Yeah, I mean, YouTube have banned me from live streaming before because I said I accidentally cut myself when I was painting miniatures, you know? It happens. I've been drinking so much tonight. There's probably a chance that I'll get banned again, Riziel. It's fine. Regardless of what happens, I'll be here. I'll be streaming. I'll be doing my thing. All I can say is thank you for the support, right? You guys have watched my videos. You guys have been super kind. You guys have been a light in the dark when things have been tough. You guys have always had positive things to say. I'll try my best to be reciprocative of that. And like I said, you know, anyone can hit me up anytime with a message. I've been through some tough shit in my life, right? Here's the thing, right? Everybody goes through some tough shit in their life, right? It doesn't matter what it's from. Everybody goes through tough shit in their life. Here's the thing. If you have a friend that's willing to listen to you through whatever tough shit it may be and just be there for you, that can be huge. And that's all I'm trying to say is, I know some of you guys maybe just watch me on YouTube. You don't think of me as a friend. That's fine. If you're going through some tough shit, You need someone to listen to you. You just want to have a chat sometime. People have been there for me. I will be there for you. I won't always be able to reply to every single message straight away, but if, you know, I just want you to know that, like, I am willing to listen to anyone that's doesn't even, you know, like, I often thank my members on this channel. You don't need to be a member. If you're having a tough time, ping me a message. We'll have a chat. It's all good. Jonas Quinn. I love Jonas, man. I really do love Jonas. My wife is an ER nurse, and we have a little dude, so cancelled Christmas 2 years in a row. Not very popular with either family, says James Fisher. But, I mean, it sounds to me like, James, that you've done the right thing, right? What are you supposed to... That's a difficult thing. What are you supposed to do, you know? Because I told my wife's family, like... My wife's family have always been hot or cold with me. I don't know why. They've just always been hot or cold. And I told them, like, we were getting on really well. Like, my wife was in hospital for 2 weeks, so it was just me and my other child. We were at home. I invited them over a couple of times. We were getting on really well. And when my wife came home from the hospital with her newborn, and when she came home from the hospital, it was the 24th, right? So that's like a whole week ago, because this is the 1st. So actually, that's over a week ago. A week and 1 day ago. And my wife said, I'm really worried about our premature baby. What do you want me to do? And I said, well, we should send both families a message saying, like, no one can visit the premature baby till he's a little bit older. And my wife said to me, she said, like, you send that message then, because if I send it, we'll fall out with everyone. And I was like, fine, I'll send it. So I sent this message, right? No one can visit at this moment because our baby is premature and he's not gaining weight and he's got jaundice and we need to get through all these things. And, like, we fall out anyway. So it's super difficult being parents, apparently. Smeebo has been listening for a while and he just wanted to wish you a good happy new year. Smeebo, thank you so much for listening. I appreciate it. I hope you have a great new year, Smeebo. It's been an interesting night. I've talked a lot of BS, I guess, but I hope you have a great one. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for your support in general. I got a new tactics video coming out tomorrow. I hope you enjoy it. So now you guys see why I don't often drink on stream, huh? Because like my wife says, I am very good at oversharing. That's what I do. I overshare. I think we'll see more Phobos eventually, like shotgun Phobos. Do you know what? It would be cool to see more Phobos, wouldn't it? How are you thinking about these Phobos, Luke, with the yellow helmets now? Are they? The yellow helmets look a lot less crap after a couple of coats, don't they? Oh, excuse me. I know Reziel is in Tennessee. You're a good drunk buddy, says Dave Pikey. Well, Dave Pikey, you better be drunk. And that it's about 5 p.m. It's 6 p.m, right, where you are now? Dave Pikey, I'm coming to Las Vegas. You better fucking wait for it. I am coming to Las Vegas. If we keep creeping up in subs, I'm coming to Las Vegas. I built 10 Assault Terminators. Nice. I fucking love Assault Terminators. My video tomorrow is all about Chainfist Terminators. I spent a lot of time on it. I hope you enjoy it. I'll maybe have one more whiskey and then I'll go to bed because I'm starting to get hiccups, which is usually a bad sign. Dave Pikey says I'm a fucking mess and it's only 6 PM. Well, I'm a fucking mess and it's 2 AM. So I feel good about this. Dave Pikey, you're a legend. What more is there to say except you are a legend? Where the hell did I put the grey paint? Oh, here it is. I just made a bunch of Lightning Claw Relic Terminators. Well, they're good. I just built 10 Assault Terminators, so I hope the conclusion is they're just better. Yeah, I mean, really, Terminators are good in general, aren't they? I hear some pings in my Discord and I wonder if it's the plastic crackheads. It's all good. Thank you so much for the donations tonight on the stream. There was a few and they're so appreciated. This fucking song is the tits, by the way. I'm gonna rewind it back to the start and turn it up a notch. What song is this? This is a royalty-free song. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Like, for a royalty-free tune, this is fucking banging, man. Listen to this shit. It's good in it. This bit is like let the beat drop. Man, I wish I could meet all you guys at the bar some night, because we would have a fucking epic night, I swear to you. If I'm in Las Vegas one year, all you guys gotta save some money, find your way to Las Vegas, we will have a fucking Blood Angels Commander fucking piss up. And I'll buy a few rounds for everybody, because I love nothing better than to fucking buy some drinks for everybody. Vince says we're getting turnt now. That's why Youth Commander says Nolan. Nolan, you're very kind, brother. Speaking of a bar, just came back from New Year party, slightly inebriated, also sup people. JW sup, I have been here drinking since about 10:30. I'm well fucking on my way. We are drinking Loch Lomond Braveheart IPA 6% because we don't fuck around when we're drinking beer. And whiskey wise, I'm gonna have another whiskey. We are drinking 25-year-old single malt. James, what the fuck? $200! $200! James, you are the fucking man! What the fuck? What the fuck? James, I love... Jesus. Jesus! I'm gonna take the Lord's name in vain, James. James, wow. Happy New Year. Can't wait for the rest of 2020 content. I I don't like taking the Lord's name in vain because I am sort of Christian, and I would love it if my daughter and son grew up Christian to a certain extent, but you made me say Jesus like 3 times. James! What? If I'm ever in your state, I will meet you and I will buy you a 25-year-old malt, just like this one. Thank you so much, James. Wow. The most I've ever had in a super chat before tonight is $50. So you just smashed it, James. The reaction was worth the money. I'm speechless, honestly. Yeah, computer fund. Yeah, if you see me streaming that new Chaos Gate game next year, that's on you, man. Thank you so much. The generosity I have seen on this channel is more than I could have ever imagined. Seriously, thank you. $200. I hope you and your family have the greatest Christmas and New Year. And like I said, if there's anything I can ever do, please hit me up. DM me. I will, we'll talk about it. James is not American. I actually don't have any idea where James is from. We've got quite a few Jameses. Like it's like we've got quite a few Mikeys that are members of the channel. We've got quite a few Jameses. YouTube takes 30% like the pirates they are, but they're massive. Yeah, that's the messed up thing, like Reziel. Because YouTube need to take 30% of my money, right? Because YouTube don't take enough. Oh, so Chicago. Do you know what? I need to hit up Chicago sometime. I would love to visit Chicago. I'd honestly love to visit Chicago sometime. But James, I hope you and your family have a great Christmas. Thank you so much for your generosity. It is super appreciated. It's hard for me to even put into words how appreciated that is, but trust me, it is super appreciated. Especially when, like, all I have thought for the last month is that I have not, like, all I've thought for the last month is, like, I've let my subscribers down. I don't think I've let them down, but I've been thinking to myself, like, I wish I'd done more. But you don't know how difficult it is with a brand new baby. It's so tough. Everything is so tough, like, because it's a human that relies 100% on you, right? Voldemort's Guide to Warhammer High, huge fan. Yeah, Voldemort was in the chat for a while, wasn't it? James, if I ever make it to Chicago, me and you are going to a bar and I am buying you the most expensive drink in that bar. Trust me. Thank you so much, brother. That's just crazy, man. $200. Thank you, man. Michael says, wow, James, just stop for a second to say Happy New Year to Blood Angels Commander. Hope you have a great holiday and congratulations on your son of Sanguinius. Michael, that's funny that you say it. It's so strange that I see lots of Michaels in the chat, you know. My dad's name was Michael, and so because I lost my dad too early, I decided to name my son Michael, and my wife was totally cool with it, which was really nice. But feel very lucky to have a boy named Michael, and especially after all the nonsense that happened with his birth being too early and surgery needed and all this nonsense. So I feel very lucky to have a boy named Michael. And when you guys drop past in the chat and your name is Michael, I'm gonna call my son Mikey or Mike though. I'm super appreciative of all the kind messages. Honestly, thank you so much. Jaegerbomb says, Blood Angels Commander with Jump Pack Primaris coming. Think we'll see Sanguine Guard. I think we all want Sanguine Guard, don't we? We all just want Primaris Sanguine Guard, and I think we could all talk about Primaris Sanguine Guard for like hours on end, maybe. I can't get over this fucking $200, dude. Dude, I ain't gay, but I would literally kiss you right now. James Fisher. I can't get over it. Like, thank you, dude. I know I've been trying to produce good Blood Angels content for a while, but that's huge, man. I mean, that almost wants to put me in tears, honestly. When you've been trying so hard to build something, which I have been, right? You know, I've been trying really hard to build a reasonably successful YouTube channel, and here's the thing, maybe you guys don't know. If you're trying to build a YouTube channel, and Rezio, you've started a YouTube channel now, if you want to tell friends and family about it, they're going to be super judgy on it. You know, because like a YouTube channel with 100 subscribers, 50 subscribers, no one gives a shit. And here's the thing, I guess there's a bunch of people in chat right now. Rezio has started a YouTube channel, and he's done a good few videos now, and he's trying to commit to like a regular schedule. So if any of you feel it in your heart and you want to support Rezio, I'm sure he would love it if you support him on his YouTube channel. Just hit him over with a subscribe. Same as my channel, you don't need to watch every video, but if there's a video that's interesting, you know, hit it up. You know, if you try and start a YouTube channel, people will be very judgy about you. Is it, you know, are you wasting your time? Is it something, you know, is it something you should be doing when you could spend your time doing something else or something like that? And then, like, to see something like that, like the generosity of someone like James there, like, that's just huge, man. Thank you so much. I ain't gonna be over that for a few days. $200. James, thank you. I really wish you and your family and all your... I mean, I wish everybody's family and that watches the channel has a great holiday and a great time and stuff, but like, it's hard for me to not want to shout out someone that's done something so generous. Like, that is literally so generous. I haven't been able to post in a while. I mean, I get you, Rezio. It's hard to commit to a YouTube channel and commit to doing a video every week, and that's what I committed to when I first started my channel, was like to try and do a video every week. And I don't know how I feel about trying to commit to something like that every week. But James, thanks again, brother. I really hope you and your family have the most amazing Christmas. That is huge for me. I mean, I'll probably end up buying my daughter like an extra piece of Lego or something like that. That previously I was just like, yeah, we can't afford this right now, what? You know, like I would tell my wife. So, yeah, thank you so much. And please let me know if there's anything I can do video-wise that would help you out, because I'm more than happy to do it. Whew. I feel a little bit lightheaded, James. You fucking got me, dude. $200, dude. Cheers to you. $200. Cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. Why would infiltrators have blue helmets? I don't know why infiltrators would have blue helmets. I did mine in black. You're a superior human being. That's what I get from you giving to people. I'm not. It's very kind of you to say Reziel, but I'm not. I'm just... You're gonna... Bottle of gin number 2 for Dave Pikey. Cheers to Dave Pikey, guys. Some night, we need to find out a way we can get you guys all in Discord, right? Let's organize a Discord where we're all drinking of an evening. And we'll get you all. We get all you guys into voice chat. That would be really nice. That's what I want to do for the next live stream like this. You have me looking at live streaming gaming. I hate editing, so going to live streams would be fun. Yeah, I mean, live streams are fun. I mean, we've had a lot of fun tonight. I guess the question. If you have a good editing program, it doesn't take too long. Like, I have a really good editing program now, and I've learned a lot about editing. So it doesn't take too long, but I think the cool thing about live stream is obviously you can react in real time. But yeah, sometimes your reactions, like that sort of reaction, can just blow people. That's I don't know. $200, dude. What can I even say to that? Reziel, when I started my channel, here's the thing, right? So you've started, and I actually haven't looked at your channel in a little while. I haven't really looked at much YouTube in a while, and I mean, part of the reason is, right, because I have a fucking 1 week old baby, but I gave myself 2 goals. And my first goal was to get 100 subscribers in the first year. And my second goal was to get 1,000 subscribers in the second year. And I think if you picked something similar, you could probably accomplish it pretty easily, right? But I think the important thing is to, like, literally have some goal. Like, you don't need to hit your goals. Like, if you don't hit your goals, it's not the end of the world. But, like, set yourself a couple of realistic goals. And I think my goals were realistic, and like, I wanted 100 subscribers in the first year. I got 2,820, which is fucking massive. Like, I could have never predicted I'd get 2,800 subscribers. I wanted 100. And then in the second year, I wanted 1,000 subscribers, and like the community post I put up the other day, I got to 8,000. So like, have some goals that are realistic that you can meet, and you can meet them by releasing content on a reasonable schedule. And if you, let's be real, right? Like, I release content on a weekly schedule, so I try and release a new tactics video every week. And do you know what? I've had about fucking 10 whiskeys at this point. Maybe not 10, but like 6 whiskeys and like 3 beers. And I just spilt some beer over my USB power pack. That's not ideal. Let me dry that off. Let me be real about this, right? Releasing content every week has not been easy. Yeah, you know, like, I'll just go ahead and fucking say it, right? Like, I don't beat around the bush. If, like I said to you earlier in tonight's stream, like, I like people that tell the truth. And the reason that I like people that tell the truth was I was in a relationship previously where, like, it wasn't very truthful. So, like, telling the truth is really important to me. So, I like people that tell the truth. So I release content every week. And some weeks it hasn't been easy. You know, like, I have a young daughter, and my wife has been pregnant, and I've had to sort of like balance dealing with that with like trying to release content, but like just doing it and being consistent and being real about it has obviously got me like some serious followers, and like James just fucking blew me out the water there with it. So if Reziel, you've said before you struggle to release a video every week. Well, like if you struggle to release a video every week, Reziel, then like don't be about the bush with it. Just be like, I'm gonna release a video every 2 weeks, and just fucking that's your aim. Like just aim to release a video every 2 weeks, and just do what you know like. It feels kind of weird to say you do you, but that's just the thing, right? You do you. You do what you think you can do. And like people will love you for it or fucking hate you. You know, there's so much content on the internet. People, like I said, people either love you for it or they won't care. You know, no one's really going to get upset about it if you don't manage to release a video or something like that. And love the beaky and cursor, says Archer. Thank you so much, Archer. Yeah, I hate painting faces, Archer. So that is my thing. Like we are doing 15 in cursors, all with beak heads. Why not? Excuse me. I'm a little bit I'm still a little bit. I had my second COVID jab, but I'm still a little bit gunked up, like from before it. I don't know where that came from. I think that buffing Sanguinary Librarian is crazy good right now. 5+ for Sanguinary Yard, Exploding Sixes and Blood Boil, Rex, V's, Elves, Sisters, and Admech. See, someone asked me tonight, James, about putting Mephiston in, because my last list included Mephiston in Impulsor, and I just don't know if Mephiston is. I just don't think he's good enough. Reziel said he tried to release a video every week and it was brutal. Yeah, I mean, it is brutal. I guess the question though, Reziel, is like, do you need to release a video every week? Because when I decided I wanted to release a video every week, it was mainly, I feel like part of it was mainly money orientated. You know, like my wife wasn't working, so it was basically just on me in terms of like money coming in. And I thought a video every week would kind of help that situation. Alright, I am getting pretty inaccurate with my painting right now. I may have to stop soon. Jeff says 4 hours, you're on a roll, my man. It's interesting, different people paint their minis. I love painting faces, including eyes, so my scars are all about without helmets. Fair enough. Fair enough. Mephiston is not good, he's underwhelming. Mephiston is expensive, he's just Primaris Librarian. Sometimes a master crafted 4-sword for extra punch. I mean, that's essentially what Mephiston has. James, you're taking the piss tonight. Another $50. James, chill out, man. You're good. You're good. You gave me a $200 donation. I swear you are good. You don't need to give me everything else. Will I buy my daughter some Lego with your $200? Probably. But seriously, you don't need to give me anything else, dude. Thank you so much for your very, very, very kind, I guess, donations, and also your 2020 thoughts. Have you tried Oban whiskey? I have. Oban whiskey's quite smoky. I'm not a huge... I'm trying to think, do I have a smoky whiskey downstairs? Do you know what? I don't think I have a smoky whiskey, because that... Here's the thing, like, if you just buy whiskey for yourself, you buy what you like, right? And I said to you guys earlier on stream that I love whiskey that tastes like Christmas cake, right? Let me see what this whiskey says. Does it say what it tastes like? This one says honey, fresh ground coffee, dark chocolate, intense. Right? So these are all things that like I really like. Honey, whiskey, dark chocolate, intense. They're all whiskeys I really like. And this Balvenie, this 14-year-old, I think I showed this on stream earlier, the 14-year-old Balvenie Caribbean cask. This one says, oh, it's on the bottle. It doesn't actually say much on the exterior. It says, on the bottle, it says, oh, is it on the front? No, this one actually doesn't say fuck all. Oh no, it's here. Nose. Rich, sweet and creamy toffee with fresh notes. I mean, who doesn't like rich, sweet and creamy and toffee? Taste. Rounded vanilla with sweet oak and fruitcakes. Again, who doesn't like that? Finish. Warm, soft and lingering. I mean, they're basically selling you on the things that you want to buy, right? Tasty, tasty, tasty. James, I will buy some. I had Balvenie peat wheat and it was very smoky one. Do you know what? Anything. I actually live like 10 miles away from the Balvenie distillery. If you are ever in Scotland and you are close enough to go to the Balvenie distillery, please reach out to me on Discord. Like, literally, please reach out to me on Discord, because I live like 20 miles from the Balvenie distillery. Is one of my all-time favorites, and if you're into any sort of like hill walking, there are some super nice hills that like they don't go quite on the distillery path, but they like skirt it. And I can totally show you some like really lovely areas and quiet peaks that you know, basically where the whiskey is brewed. And I know in the grand scheme of things it doesn't mean that much, but I love it. I love Balvenie. I love Scotland. In some ways, I'm a little bit sad that Henry Cavill, a non-Scottish person, is going to play the Highlander in the next Scottish movie. I wish that we could get Henry Cavill on my stream. It could be like, teach him a couple of Scottish phrases for this movie. But no, I mean, all those wishes are pipe dreams. And James, thank you so much for that. I like mild whiskies, more of a beer man. I mean, that's fine. I used to be more of a beer man. I love a good beer. My wife is starting to get me. I may have to leave. How do you stay on longer than I was able to, John? I'm gonna probably go to bed before too long, you know. There's quite a lot of drink for me tonight, actually. I'm slightly sloth, says Jeff. My grammar is suffering. Good evening, Jeff. I'm glad to hear your grammar is suffering. my grammar should be suffering. I've had a bunch of whiskies, and I've also had a bunch of beers. And do you know what? I've talked about it the first time for a while. Well, I say for a while, probably period, about why I quit the Warhammer hobby. Which was always kind of weird for me too when I quit Warhammer, because looking back, like, I never had the intention to quit Warhammer. Just my dad ended up getting ill, and I quit for way longer than I possibly wanted to. And there was not too much to say about it beyond that. Jeff says that he's not the one that sloshed. Fuck off, Jeff. Here in Scotland, we would tell... You see this? You see this? What we do is this. We gently wind it up. Wind up. Wind up. Wind up. Wind up, Jeff. Jeff, this is for you. We're all good here, but you are fucked. Henry Cavill can play... Here. Who can... I want to play Henry Cavill at 40k. That's the bottom line. I think my Blood Angels kick Henry Cavill's little ass, wherever he may be from. I think we kick his ass. I guess the question though is, do we actually kick his ass, right? JW says he's going to tap out for today. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, JW. Thank you so much for watching. Reziel is going to go eat some homemade sushi. Happy New Year, Reziel. Your grammar is suffering. We're not calling it out. Yeah, my grammar is fucked at this point. My painting is totally fucked at this point. It's going to need some amount of cleanup, you bet. But it's fine. What's the time? 2:30. Fucking hell. So I've streamed 2.5 hours longer than I would normally stream. It's fine. It's totally fine. I am gonna call it soon, I guess. But yeah, so we've I guess maybe 6 infiltrators is a fight. Alright, I'm gonna stop painting. I'm gonna finish the drinks that I have. I'm gonna call that. We still have 20 people watching and 1 person over on Twitch. Whoever is representing on Twitch, you've got 5 hours to go to midnight, Davey Pikey. You better not stop. Have another beer, Davey Pikey. I love it. If my wife wakes me at 4 AM and is like, look after this 2-year-old, I'm gonna be like, oh my god. It's not gonna happen, is it? I suppose I need to get downstairs and wash these brushes as well at some point. it would be a tough fight if you played Henry. He's a Custodes player and he's been playing since he was 10. Do you think it would be a tough fight? Is he, like, how do I, like, Matt, why don't you tweet Henry right now? I'm blaming you. That's fair enough, Dave. That's fair enough. I'm coming to LVO 1 year, and I will buy you a drink or two, because I owe you one. Matt, why don't you tweet what's the boy? Henry Cavill. I actually wanted to, like, message him, but, like, I don't think he has a Twitter or a Facebook. Like, maybe he has a Twitter. I was gonna say, did you see this? Hold on, let me pause this. Let me show you my screen. Did you guys see this with my little
guard? Sanguinary guard. That's close, yeah. They're Daddy's toys.
I want one.
You can't have them. They're for Daddy. They're for
Daddy.
Yeah. They're called Sanguinary guard. Sanguinary guard.
I was gonna say, isn't she just the cutest? Isn't she just the cutest? It would be tough to fight if you played Hen. Oh, sorry, that was the same message. I don't know. I don't feel that scared about playing Custodes, honest. She's adorable. I like that tweet. Says Jeff. Thank you, Jeff, man. It's so weird in some ways, right, to have, like, kids like that. We're so lucky. Happy New Year, says Harps5, you sexy bastard. Harps, thank you so much. I hope you have a great new year. I'm gonna finish this whiskey and this beer, then I'm gonna call it, because it's like 2:30 in the morning, 20 to 3. This is, like, normally I stop streaming at midnight. I'll take our gold boys over Henry. Exactly, James. Exactly. James, one day I'm going to come to California and we're going to meet up and I'm going to hit you up. Harps is now following. I cannot believe you donated $250 tonight, dude. That's fucking... Well, one, that's fucking insane. And two, James Fisher, I fucking love you, man. I can't put into words how appreciative I am of that. I really can't. I enjoy making the Blood Angels videos. I do it every week. Like, it's something I enjoy. When someone like you sends me that much love, that's huge, man. Blood Angels Commander USA Tour. Yeah, maybe one day. Maybe one day. I've already told my wife I'd like to go to LGO Las Vegas Open one time. So we could do it. If I come to the Las Vegas Open, you guys better be ready, because you've seen this, right? Like, how many beers and how many whiskeys have I had? Like, I don't fuck around. And this isn't no joke. Let's have a look at this whiskey, right? Hold on, where's the... It doesn't even say it on the thing. Let's look at this one. Yeah. 43%. I don't mess around, right? We ain't 40% Jack Daniels. Get the fuck out of here. We're looking for... We need high percentage whiskies. The list that I helped you with a few months ago is now banned by my friends group for I mean, Keir, that's just the thing, James, though, right? Like, Andrew was trying to run this like attack bikes buggy list, the orc bikes, and he wasn't even beating me, and like other people were getting super upset about it. I'm a Welshman. You're gonna have a rough few days. Do you know what? I like Welsh. Welsh in some ways are the same as Scottish. I enjoyed the fact in that old Scottish in the Braveheart movie when the Scottish and the Irish like clash, and then they're like, "Hello, mate," and then they're like friends against the English. It's the same. I think Scottish and Welsh are kind of similar. I believe if we might be playing you guys in the World Cup qualifiers, actually. But yeah, $200 in a single donation. That is smashed. That smashed everything, dude. Thank you so much for that. Come to Adepticon sometime. You have a Chicago crew now, and we'll make sure you have a good time. Where's Adepticon? Is that Chicago? Is it? I think I will go to more tournaments as soon as my kids are a little bit more grown up and my wife doesn't have like her hands full, because it's kind of like I don't know. I respect my wife a lot, right? And I think if you're in a happy marriage, you should respect your wife a lot, especially if you've got kids, because kids are like a full-time job. So if you respect your wife and she's looking after your kids, then that is a really positive thing. But at the same time, like, at some point, once she's got a handle on those kids, then you're free to do these sort of tournaments. Jeff is bouncing out. Good night, Jeff. I'm bouncing out in a few minutes myself. It's like almost 3 a.m. I'm definitely going to be in bed by 3 a.m. I'm just going to finish this beer and this whiskey, and apparently I'm going to finish this crappy bottle of Coca-Cola as well. I'm going to be showing off to my bloody what is it? The plastic crackheads that I got. James Fisher, you are a legend, brother. You really are. But yeah, what a good new year it's been. It's just been a fun, chilled new year. I got paint on a bunch of my infiltrators, which I really wanted to do. They've been sat on my desk for like 10 days and I haven't put any paint on them at all. I felt like they definitely deserved something because of reasons, I guess. And yeah, so we're going to be live on the 4th. Monday the 3rd is going to be our next live stream, and it's going to be Blood Angels versus Death Guard. That's just nuts, James. I can't get over that. Thank you so much for your kind donation. Whew. I do wonder what's going to be the strongest about next. Before we go Can you shout out my wife, Anaji, for being a wonderful wife and my best friend, says Dave. I really don't know how to say that, Dave. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Anaji. But yeah, that's the great thing about wives, right? They become your literal best friend. They're there for you through thick and thin. And yeah. Do you know what? Maybe 5 years from now, Dave, or something, we can all have a drink together. Me, you, and Aji, and my wife, and that would be wonderful. I don't know what happened to the music on my stream. I guess it died. Yeah, so we got a Chicago crew now of Blood Angels Commander. My fear is that I come to one of these tournaments and one of you guys that watched my video kick my ass. I mean, that'd be cool, I suppose, but also it'd be slightly disappointing if I'd flown halfway around the world. But yeah, Dave Pikey, you've been a solid supporter now for, I don't know, year and a half. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. I'm gonna finish this beer and this whiskey and I'm gonna head out. But yeah, having a wife that is supportive of the things you're interested in is like, it's nice, man. You know, it just takes the edge off, doesn't it? Alright, if anyone else wants a final shout out before we go, we can do that. If anyone else wants to you've been together 2 years. Nice. When you find that one person, man, you gotta hold on to them. It's tough. Don't tell my mom. Oh, James, you need to let me know if I'm ever in your neck of the woods, and I will buy you the nicest scotch you've ever tried. If I kick ass with Blood Angels, it will be your fault for teaching me so much. That's the whole thing about this channel, is to make Blood Angels strong, right? If you kick my ass with Blood Angels, then I will reevaluate my own life and my army list and make it strong myself, you know? So you do the best you can, Bertie. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you to everyone that was being here tonight. 12 years together, Dave. Congratulations, man. That's some serious shit. I mean, I've only been with my wife now for sort of 6 or 7 years, and there's something there, you know, when you get to that sort of I'm trying to get out to Scotland. Please, dude, if you get out to Scotland, you 100% have to message me. In fact, any of you guys, if you get out to Scotland, even if I can only meet you for a couple hours to grab a beer or take you on a distillery tour, please hit me up, because like I said, I actually don't have that many friends locally, because Scotland's quite a big country and the population is kind of small. So the connections we make here on YouTube are actually kind of arguably some of the most important connections I've made in the last couple of years, especially with the pandemic. Yeah, if you ever make it out to Scotland, or even if you make it out to the south of Scotland, because I'm in the northeast, please hit me up with some recommendations for things to do, because I know Scotland very well, and I love my country. I really love it. I'm a huge advocate of Scotland, so you know, hit me up and I'll help you out as much as I possibly can. And if not, I will see you in America to kick your ass, or maybe not, but we'll see. Alright, I'm going to take off in a minute. I have a new tactics video coming out tomorrow. We're going to be talking about chain fists. I spent a good amount of time on this video, like 20-30 hours. Probably closer to, well, either or. But it should be a pretty interesting video. So I hope you enjoy it. I appreciate you guys being here so much for New Year. I hope you have a great 2021. If there's anything I can do to help in 2021, let me know as well. If not, I will see you guys soon. And as always, the catchphrase based on Sanguinius is, by the blood are we made strong, and that means we drink the blood and it makes us fucking strong, brothers. It does. It makes us stronger than any other Space Marine chapter, let's be real. I don't care if there's other chapters of Feel No Pains. It makes us stronger. The best thing about the pandemic is the friendships we've made with people we've never met. Yeah, absolutely. And maybe, do you know what, maybe one day we will meet. And if I do, I do really plan on getting out to LVO one year. When I do get out to LVO, I would love to meet all you guys. Even if it is just for half an hour and grabbing a beer somewhere, I would love to do it. So, I hope you guys have a great new year. I'll see you guys as soon as I possibly can. Worthy becoming a member at the last minute just to fucking troll me. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I really, really, really appreciate it. By the blood are we made strong. Thanks for following me down the rabbit hole of everything tonight. That's what I'm like when I'm drunk. We'll talk about anything and everything. Cheers. Cheers, 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 cheers.